Commission gave nearly twice as much money as those in the Statistics Commission. We used to think it was our rational brain that makes decisions. Now we know it's emotion driving decisions, and we rationalize the decision afterwards. Finally, I want to talk about personal connection. Research shows that if we present statistics to an audience, a certain part of the brain called the Broca's and Wernicke's area gets activated. So the language processing part of the brain is activated, and we can understand and not feel. When the story is shared, the audience feels the story. Our whole brain is activated, and meaning is extracted. The meaning of the story comes from the personal connection the audience feels when they're listening to the story. And when a story is well told, they're able to feel connected not just to the story, but to the storyteller. When most of us think of advocating for ideas, we go to statistics, we go to convincing arguments, facts, and figures. But studies show that if we share a story, people are more likely to remember the message, be persuaded by it, feel personally connected to it. And when data and stories are used together, audiences are moved both intellectually and emotionally. For lasting effect, you need to persuade a rational brain, but also resonate with emotional. Recent behavioral research has shown why stories are so powerful. It's because they're meaningful. Those who tell the best stories become the best leaders. If we consider the simple question, what is the story, or why am I doing this, we may find we make very different choices on how we spend our time. Isabel Allende once wrote, "Silence before being born, silence after death. Life is nothing but noise between these two unfathomable silences." But there is signal and there is noise. How do we reduce noise? Story.
So I chose this so that we could really see the power of of the story and connecting and using the data and the value that it brings. And I think that's really the direction that open data needs to go. We need to be telling our municipal stories through all the data that we have, so we can connect with our audience, right? So Roy's gonna talk about her journey and how long it's taken her to bring you to Cary. We're there, and then we're gonna show our portal, and we're gonna talk about some of the issues and kind of concerns I have about open data and how we believe we have addressed those in our portal.
And can you put on the next slide?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I know you have more talents than that. All right, so if I had seen that video 5 years ago, I think we might be in a different place with open data and Cary. Just so we can, while she's putting up the slide, how many of you attended the first Open Data Day? I'm just curious. Okay, so quite a few. So if you remember that was in 2013. Just to give you a bit of history, I didn't put on here was I was elected in 2011. Yay! And one of the things, I hate to be a bit political, but I hate to say it, a politician. So let me just give you a little bit of history. One of the things that I ran on was the fact that we used to call Cary the technology town of North Carolina, right? We didn't just call it that. It was a moniker on our website. It was on a lot of the things that we talked about and that we did. And there were reasons for that, because Cary was one of the first towns, cities, municipalities in North Carolina to have a website. We were the first one to go paperless, right? We had a lot of technology innovation. And then when things started getting good on the development side, meaning there was a lot of building, we took our eye off the ball when it came to technology. We just had so many things going on. And by the time I was elected in 2011, we had pretty much slowed down. I mean, I think in some respects, some people thought that Technology Town of North Carolina was something that we had done, but we had not kept up with. So it's what I ran on, I was elected. And then right after I was elected, I was able to convince the rest of my council members that people cared about technology. So we created something called the Technology Task Force. It was a group of 9 very passionate and wonderfully nerdy and geeky people. people, and you should have seen some of those meetings with town staff. They would start in there with this. And they did over 300 hours of work in the room. That doesn't even account for the fact of what they did outside of that room. They submitted a report. I think it's 254 pages with a number of examples and ideas and great things that the township did. They call them the Big 8 ideas, and one of the Big 8 ideas was open data. So we took that report and we do what government does, and we put it in a book. And there's a reason for that. The report was great. It was all those statistics. It had stories. It had pictures of things that were happening all across the country. But it didn't connect to the council members. It connected to me, but there's 7 people on council, right? And the rule in politics, when you have 7, you have to be able to count to 4, right? And I couldn't count to 4, right? But at the same time, there was this little project called Aquastar. Now, Aquastar, if you live in Cary, you know about, or you live in Morrisville, because we provide our wonderful water from Morrisville. It's a project that replaces all the physical meters with wireless meters, right? And those we're periscoping it. Live streaming it. This might change some comment. I thought what was in this room stayed in this room.
Open.
Right, we're open, right, I know. So much for that cone of silence. So Aquastar was about reducing our costs, it was about saving money, it was about providing data so that we could make data-driven decisions. Aquastar, it has been a phenomenal success story. $17 million of an investment, and already we've seen more than $20 million of cost savings. Cost savings because we don't have to roll cars and trucks all over our 55 square miles of Cary alone. Not the gas, right? Not the people who used to have to walk from meter to meter. And remember, they only did that, once a month. Right now, we're getting data points every hour, and that data is transmitted 4 times a day. So we have now more than 500 million data points in a year's worth of data. So it started rolling out in 2012, but we really didn't launch it until 2013, and that's because we wanted this data portal. What good is all this stuff, besides internally to the town, if we don't provide that data to the citizen to be able to make some decisions? So 2013 was, I thought the banner year for open data, really gonna get things done. These guys on the Triangle, are on the technology task force, could not stop, clearly, right? Ian was on the, and Hal, and Ian Soleil, and Jamie Dixon, Robert Campbell, all these people who were just so passionate they couldn't stop, right? It's kind of like once you get into something, you can't stop. It's like eating Doritos, right? You have, 1 or 2, and then the next thing you know, you're still eating out of the bag. So the Triangle Task Force folks said, or the Technology Task Force folks said, we're going to keep going. We're going to create this open data day. I said, yeah, the town of Cary will help be a sponsor. We'll help provide Wi-Fi. Initially, I think I get these right. It was a small room, the Cary Chamber of Commerce. 70 people signed up. That was all that would fit in the room. They had 12 people on the waiting list. It was crazy exciting, and the town participated. Right? In fact, the town provided a few data sets, static data sets that looked like the very first page, but they were there, right? So it was our first kind of foray into this. 2014 came, 2013, I thought after this great open data day, we now had some stories to talk about, right? There's all these great people hacking the data away, having a great time. So I proposed that we do an open data pilot for our budget. I could not count to 4. Got to 3, but I couldn't count to 4. So it didn't make it in the budget. 2014, Code for America Brigade was started. We had folks taking that data, again, static data provided by the town, and mashing it together. And they created this really cool app that allowed you to, as you were driving down the street and you saw a sign, like public hearing sign, or you saw construction, you know, haven't you ever wondered, I wonder what's going in there, right? And you get home and you ask somebody, hey, you know, what is that? Nobody knows. Well, now you can bring up your phone and, hey, I was on High House and I can click on it, and not only does it show me the information, but it'll also show me the development plans. It'll show me what's going on around there. Great app, location-based service for folks. The Chamber of Commerce is using it now, which I think is just phenomenal. As they drive around, they're trying to figure out what's going on in certain areas. I did another proposition to everyone. How about we do an open data pilot? Yeah, couldn't come forward, right? And what happened was I wasn't telling the story that Nicole so aptly discussed. But at the end of 2014, I was blogging about it. I was starting to tell these really unique stories about open data that were coming up from all over. And then 2015 happened, and Open Data Pilot is finally in the town of Cary budget. Yay. So now what you're going to see pretty soon is the results of that pilot, right? Or not even the results, just the beginning. Would you call it a learning launch of where we're going? But what I wanted to show here is it's more than a journey, right? It takes a while. It takes a while to change somebody's mind. I'm an engineer by trade. I thought you'd just show them the value, show them the statistics. This is going to save you money and time and all those things. It's not about that. It's about the story. So we'll show you a little bit later the Open Data Portal, the data sets, some sample visualizations, and the great work that we've done in the partnership with the Cary Brigade. So I thought I'd show you my own story. And if any of you read my blog, you might have seen it. I actually posted it, I think, in 2013 or 14. But actually, I would give you an update to the story. So I talked about that Aquastar portal, right? So Aquastar allows me to see all my water data. And what happens is all the meters that are throughout the town, Cary and Morrisville, send their data back from your water meter back to the town of Cary over a wireless and AMI device. And we capture all of this information. There's about more than 60, I think we're up to 64,000 water meters. So those were all replaced over a period of a couple of years. All that data goes back to our system, and it is available for you to look at your own data today. And we'll talk a little bit more about what are the possibilities for letting us see aggregate data, but I'll also show you how the town is using that data. There is a significant amount of data analysis going on in that data. Remember I said there were more than 500 million data points in a year? You can, on your own data, see a scrolling list of the last 13 months of your data. So you can see, you know, oh, look, I had a kid. My water's gone up. Or look, my kid went to college. Right? There's a lot that you can glean from this data. So let me tell you a few of the things that I've gleaned from some of the data that I've seen in my own. So I just, in the spirit of openness, I do have two kids. I have an 18-year-old boy and a 21-year-old girl. And I will tell you that when the girl moved out, our water bill went down. And when the boy got a girlfriend, our water bill went up. But let me show you a couple of stories associated. So when we pull the data, what you'll notice is the water usage level at night, when everyone should be sleeping, not getting up and using the bathroom, there shouldn't be any leaks in the house, my water level should drop to 0. No water, right? If my irrigation system's going fine, there's no leaks, nobody's up, you know, getting up and getting glass of water or whatever, my water level should hit bottom. I'm not using any water. But I wasn't. What was happening was, in the middle of the night, and you can see, I'm a night owl, I did a lot of laundry, and I had a lot of things going on at 1 a.m. But when I went to bed at 2, right, when I went to bed at 2, the water level should drop. At least, maybe not to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? I should have no water usage. Now, what that indicated was that I've got a leak somewhere. Right? Where is that leak? unfortunately, the real story would actually be able to pinpoint it, or if I had, you know, water meters all over, I might be able to see it within my house, but I really couldn't figure it out. So what we did was we took some data. By the way, this is just 1 day's worth of data. I was able to go back and see it never got down to 0 on multiple days. And so we went to Home Depot. We replaced 3 of the 4 toilets that we had within the house, the levers. And what do you know if the next day the water level dropped, right, all the way down to 0? Now, somebody say, well, that's kind of crazy. I mean, that's not that much. You know, it's not even hitting 5 gallons. Well, 5 gallons over the course of a year is a significant amount of water, especially if you're environmentally conscious and you want to be a good role model, right, that type of thing. But this is just one example. One of the things we do in Cary is we charge you different amounts of money based on the tier of water usage, right? So if you're under 5,000 gallons, you get one cost for your water. You cost up from 5,000 to 8,000 or 7,999. You have another cost, and then above 23,000 gallons, you get another cost. So there's also money associated with this water, plus the guilt of wasting water. Also, I can alert. I can add into the portal. I can say, you know what? I want to know when it's about to go to the next tier, when it does jump up to the next tier. Or I can set an alert based on amount of water usage per day. So that now gives me some control, right? I'm looking backwards, but I also can look forward to be proactive. Now, so this is all great for me as a citizen, but now the town has started to actually do data analytics on this. We actually monitor water usage. Now, the great thing about having this water system and giving you the power to monitor your own system is that people who are environmentally conscious or who want to save money are starting to save money, right? They're starting to actually implement changes in their lifestyle that might actually affect their bottom line. But the interesting thing about all this is when we help you be conservative with your water and you actually take it and are conservative, we make less money, right? It's a good thing for everybody, but we do make less money. We get less revenue because you're no longer into these higher tiers. So it's not that we want you to use more water, by the way, I don't want you to think that. But one of the things we can do is take this normalized data and look for spikes. And that's what we've done. So I've heard like 3 or 4 stories now from the people who this impacted, as well as our town staff. I'll tell you a story about a gentleman who was out on vacation at the Outer Banks, and the town monitors spikes in data, things that are outside the norm, and saw a huge change in a very short time of his water usage, right, from one day to another. And what had happened was, while he was gone on vacation, his water heater, you know, I have a tankless system, but for those of you who don't, right, 50 gallons of water, which was on his 2nd floor, actually in his attic, was starting to leak. And it hadn't yet busted through and gone through the second 2 floors, but his water usage while he was on vacation was still happening. So the town went to check it out, saw that he wasn't there, contacted him on his various methods that he had put into the system of being contacted. He got in touch with a family member who came over, and he was within a day of having a water heater that was could have busted through and gone through 2 floors, right? So appreciative, and all it cost us, if finance was here, they might not say, all it cost us was a phone call, right? The problem is that we have something like 78 of these a week. 78 anomalies where somebody has to call, right? So it does take some personal engagement today, right? But that doesn't mean we can't automate it in the future. But we have saved people a lot of stress, a lot of money, and a lot of time with these types of things. So the town does proactively contact the customers with those issues. So let me tell you what our amazing town staff and our CIO have done, and then I'll have them come up here. And then after this, we'll have a few questions. Oh, let me first, before we launch the course, I know you all want to go see it right away. There's a couple of things that, there are a couple of things that you can do to make this type of thing a reality where you live. First off, when it comes to open data, it's about data decision making, but it's also about helping us as your government guide better service delivery to you, right? You pay taxes. You should get the most out of those taxes. It's also your data, right? I mean, you own, for those of you who don't know, at the Carytown Council, I don't know about Raleigh, Durham, Morrisville, and the others, but all of my email goes to the News and Observer every Friday. I don't wait for them to ask me for an email. If I'm that open, we just send it every Friday. All of our email from the town council goes there. So we need to be able to make data-driven decisions so that we have evidence. But the story is what drives us. There's a lot of things that we don't know, right? We didn't know in the beginning about all the things we would get out of this data. We didn't know that we'd be able to save, some amazing family members from the stress of having a hot water heater blow up in their house, right? And cause a ton of water damage. You guys had just as many great ideas, if not more, than we did. You need to help us do some of that correlation with what's important. Plus, one of the most amazing things that I heard in the story from the CIO from Asheville, North Carolina, if you haven't met him, Jonathan Elkin, he's an amazing speaker. He told me that their open data portal has driven the start of more than 15 businesses. So when you talk about economic development opportunity, that's what they're talking about, is this data can actually drive new business. And then the other thing is, this isn't hard, right? It's really, I mean, it's not hard, it's not rocket science, but actually it is. And I know that sounds like it's mutually exclusive. The thing is that we need the data. And as Nicole said, we need the data owners to feel comfortable about giving us their data, but we also have to clean the data. I mean, one of the things we noticed, not to open up our kimono, but I will, when we got police data, when we were first doing some of this data, data mining, if you will, free-form fields are just not great. That word free really gives people the inclination to put anything they want in there. And there was a moment in time when some police officers, in doing their due diligence and getting out all the information from people that they were putting credit card numbers in the free-form data, right? And we have to clean this data up, right? We want to protect your privacy at the same time making the data available. And then also the most important thing when we talk about data is our regional cooperation. I think it's just amazing that we have such a great relationship with Durham and Raleigh and Morrisville. I'd like to see us expound and go to Chatham County and Chapel Hill and really expand our boundaries, because when you cross over the line from Cary into Morrisville on a street or on a sidewalk, you don't say, oh, well, that's a Cary sidewalk and this is a Morrisville sidewalk. You don't really care, right? So we have these data, we have street models, right? We have the, I don't know if you know that, we have the blue book for building highways and streets. We should have that same book when it comes to data across all of our regional partners. So if you're looking at fire data in Cary and you're looking at fire data in Wake County, right, all that data works together. So we need your help with stories, with ideas. We need your patience as we break the culture barrier as well, right? This is new. And we need your participation. We need you to play with this data. Tell us what you think. We are open to your feedback. So why don't we bring up the portal and have Janelle and listen.
So there's just a couple of things that when we decided to embark on this open data journey and build out our portal, there were things that we knew we wanted to accomplish, right? one, clearly, I wanted to be able to tell stories with the data. Two, we wanted to make sure we were working with, our partnerships with the Cary Brigade, right? And we wanted to make sure that they were being heard and all the work that they put in, we were able to leverage that. We also wanted to work, as Lori mentioned, with our local communities, right? So we met with Raleigh and Wake County and continue to expand to make sure that we had data sets that we could share, but also talked a lot about standardization so that we don't get building permits. It's built out the same way, whether it's in Wake County, in Raleigh, or Cary, or one of our other neighbors. So that's a continuing effort that we're working on. So we want to just make sure that we hit all of these things in our data portal. So I'm gonna let you know. Take it away. You guys want to give us a drum roll? That would make us feel. Keep going.
Can you all hear me? Everybody? They can hear me, okay. Great, I'm gonna take it this side. So, as you can see, this is our newest open data portal. We're actually going to kind of take you through some features of the front page. You all are familiar with open data portal, so we'll just briefly highlight those areas that Nicole discussed. If you, we have the catalog will take you through the data sets. The create a map and the create a chart is exactly what it says. So is the suggested data set. But if Nicole, if you would scroll down. Sure. Our feature story is located in this section. And I don't know if you all have gone to Cary during a winter storm, but if you live outside of Cary, it is a pain to get inside of Cary, a pain to get to Cary. But once you get to Cary, the streets are clear. So we have a great story about ours. We have a great featured story about how our team prepares for inclement weather.
Yeah, and so if you go in there and see a data-driven story instead of just verbiage, which is what we've traditionally done in town. And we'll hit that in a minute. But I want to scroll down a little bit more here, kind of show some of the other things we've done. In this section right here, visualizations, we've kind of started the ball rolling on a number of things. We just kind of put together some quick visualizations on HVAC changeouts. So if you want to know what's going on with your neighborhood, if everyone's starting to change out their HVACs and your neighborhood's about 10 years old, you might want to know that. You can explore the data there. Hot water heaters, and we're looking at automobile crashes in Cary as well. There's kind of some neat little mini stories in there that we'll look at. And then we actually started to embed visualizations from the open data site into our live Cary webpage too. So now we have kind of not only links to open data solve or open data portal, but we also have kind of a link back as well. So and then down here, I don't know if you want to talk about the community.
As Lori mentioned earlier, we want to hear from you, and we have several access points on this page where we can actually hear from you all, whether you just contact us to tell us how great the site is, or you suggest a data set. But we also have a community partners page where we feature a civic app using at least one data set from the town of Cary. And in this page, you can actually submit your application if you would like it featured on the town of Cary's portal. This, our newest featured application, and we'll hear more about this a little bit later, is the waistline application that the Code for Cary built. But let's kind of dive into our feature story.
Yeah. So here we actually pull data from a number of sources to show this. And this is kind of an interesting approach to how we got the data in here. But you can read the narrative text. It talks about our processes and how we actually, in the fall, we plan on what kind of snow response we're going to have throughout the winter. And we do that by looking at the number of the amount of mileage we have on our thoroughfare routes. We call them thoroughfare routes. And then we start looking at how much equipment we're going to have along with that to supplement. We're going to have contractors to supplement our actual equipment in-house as well. And that's what we see here in these spreader and plow equivalents. We do kind of weight the weight of plow. So like a plow on the front of a pickup truck is not worth the same as the plow on the front of a garbage truck, because the garbage truck can push more snow. So we do weight them, and that's what that equivalence is. And then we do have some information in the form as well about the number of hours expended and material costs for replenishment of salt and brine and all that kind of stuff. And this is just a single bag for I guess this past winter event in January. Yeah. So interesting story. It just ties. We felt it important to add narrative text and pictures to kind of draw you in, but the data is really kind of the centerpiece of the story. And we do pull, also this is based on the data from RDU as well, we pull from the NOAA side data on a daily basis. And this is the scope on the
So next we'd like to briefly walk you through some of the visualizations that we've created, and we think they're pretty neat. HVAC changeouts.
So this is we subset the permit data for just those permits that have to do with HVAC changeouts for residential homes. And you can see it's very cyclical, and you can imagine it's cyclical in the summer when it goes up. And we show that a little bit better in a later graphic. Scrolling down, this lets you drill into your neighborhood or whatever and kind of see what's happening. Exactly. Thank you. So this is all the HVAC changeouts that happened in 2015. It's very intuitive to get into that.
And it's great. If Nicole, you can actually click on that point, that single point right there, and you can actually see the data. If you scroll down, because I want to show.
Yeah, it's behind that. It's behind that. So just grab your hand and move everything.
Yeah.
So while they're doing that, so what's the story about this, Wilson? Is that, well, if you live in one of these older neighborhoods and you get to this and you're like, look, everybody around me on my street is changing out their HVAC. Or if you happen to own, you're a business owner who does HVAC change out, well, you could look at this map now and you can say, look at the new target area for my business, right? So again, it's about connecting the data with whatever story is interesting for you guys. Sorry.
And to add to that, the value for the citizens, you can actually see the contractor that worked in your neighborhood too. So that might be able to help you vet your services as well.
This final graphic again overlays the burning data with the temperature, the average temperature data, and it really correlates pretty well here, especially at the beginning. It looks like we had a high temperature in April, and everyone turned on their HVACs and found out it didn't work, and then had a dip in May, and everything dipped in May as well. But you see about May or June, the lines diverge because everyone has their stuff fixed by then. And then in the fall, you get a little bump there again because everyone turns their heat on. So you can see where you turn your heat on and where you turn your AC on, and that's when you can start getting all these permit applications.
So we do have a similar visualization with our hot water heaters.
Yeah, so hot water heaters are a little bit different. You can't really tell when the hot water heaters in your neighborhood are being changed out because of the legislative change, which you can see happened in 2009. That legislative change said that you no longer need to get a permit when you change out your hot water heater if you're changing it with a light system. So if you're changing an electric system for an electric system, you don't need to get a permit for that. But if you're changing your hot water heater type, then you have to submit a permit. You can see where the data get there, and then we started breaking it down into those types so we could actually track that better. And that's what you see now for the rest of the graph. So, while there is this the same tool here down below for finding out where hot water heaters are being changed out, it's not especially useful because people are changing out their hot water heaters and not having to get a permit now. So, but it is interesting to see who's getting tankless heaters and who's getting, gas heaters and that kind of thing. And then this is my favorite.
This is pretty cool.
So we actually got crash data from the police department. They have to submit all this to the state. Whenever you get into a car crash, they fill out an accident report and you can get that alcohol. But here we take everything and we kind of put it on the graph according to the road conditions on the police report. And then we actually, in the next one down here, we track the number of police reports, and then we overlay the snow data on top of this. And this is just February of last year. And you can see that on the first day of this snow event on the 24th, all the traffic accidents just went through the roof, but that's because of the timing of the snow. The snow hit mid-morning, and everyone was already on the way to work and from work. And you can see that, and the colors indicate the snow and the road conditions for that. And if you remember Snowpocalypse, which was that infamous picture on Glenwood Drive, that's that one right there. And we had a number of crashes there, but they are not as high as what we had last year in February. So that's if anyone had any questions about Snowpocalypse, that's what it looked like.
So we realize an open data portal might not be the first access point for citizens. I mean, if they want to find something out, they're going to go to our website. So we've actually embedded some visualizations into our website. Here's an example of what we've done with our permit data.
So this is our building permits department. They like to really focus on residential construction. This indicates the number of new residential construction that is happening in Cary, and this indicates the amount of square footage in Cary. And as you can see, it's generally tracking upwards there. And that's probably anecdotally you know that to be true. And I don't know, you can probably see a little bit here. You can't really see what happened in the recession because the data doesn't go back that far. But you can get to the data itself by hitting the data there. We try, whenever we build a visualization like this, we always try to give you access to the data so you can actually go look at that data yourself. If you're familiar with this page at all, or the previous incarnation of this page, you'll know that we used to actually create PDF lists of those permits, and we would categorize them, and it was someone's job in the town to do that on a monthly basis. Well, that person no longer has to do that job anymore, because now we just put links to, you'll scroll, yeah, there we go, to those things. And those 3 links at the top actually send you to the data sets and open data source so you can actually see that data yourself. So, already saved the town some money.
There's a story around this one, right? Because I'm really, can you see I'm trying to push the story? We were in a meeting at the ISAB, which is the Information Service Advisory Board, which is a citizen-led group, volunteer board that helps provide recommendations to council. And one of the things we were trying to talk about was one of the things we put out in the town of Cary is we put out this thing called the BUD, which is a whole nother story why it's called the BUD. But it's a paper, I don't know, it's like a little newsletter that goes into your utility bill. And there's a lot of people who really enjoy getting it, right? Because they maybe don't get Cary TV anymore, right? Because they have DirecTV, they don't have cable anymore. Cut the cord there. And it's a nice little quick newsletter. Maybe that's just something that, as they're writing the bill, for those who still write a bill, don't do our electronic system, they like it. Well, there's a whole group of people who don't get the BUD, and those are all apartment dwellers, right? Because they don't get a water bill. The water bill goes to the apartment complex. So we were talking about, well, how do we get this really great information that's in the BUD to all the people who are in apartments? And somebody said, well, how many apartments are there? And crazy Robert, who's sitting there on his Open Data Soft platform, clicks like 2 things. He said, oh, well, I don't know who's doing this. You know what, I'll have to send a note to staff, to planning, to find out how many apartment complexes there are, and then figure out how many units there are. And then Robert said, 70. There's 70 apartment buildings. Like, how did you do that? Oh, I brought up the list of dwellings, and I clicked on apartment. Like, what? Done like that. Well, how many people? Oh, 14,000. 14,000 units. Like, that would have taken someone at the town of Cary without access to this, that information. So then we could then in the ISAB meeting say, okay, that's a lot of people. We should probably think about whether or not they're served or not. So I think the data is great. You guys are all about the data, and I love that. But think about how the data can help close a story or bring a story to life for the rest of us. Anything else?
Yeah, I just, encourage us all, we're here this weekend and we're building hopefully some civic applications that have that page. We're just waiting for some really great apps to highlight. So we really want to partner. There's no questions.
All right. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in my limited experience building open data points, I've noticed something that tracks communications. So one is hiring the editor to unlock all your data, and then very little interaction between whoever hires me to build their own data portal and useful storytelling that happens on the front end of this. So, for example, I don't know anything about what's important to the municipality of Cary or the municipality of Raleigh or any other city. I know as a citizen what's important to me, but that might not be the same as what's important to elected officials. So I put this to you guys. Maybe the data storytelling part should be driven by the staff and leadership of the municipality to help the lowly open data person to figure out, okay, for example, that brilliant thing about crashes and what, that's brilliant, right? I should say, okay, I know how to access the NOAA APIs, I can pull in that data for you. I can also access crash data, pull that in for you. But then, if that story is important, it'd be really awesome if that was communicated down to the data nerds that are actually putting all this data together. Right? So I don't know if Robert would have come up with those 70 apartments had he not been presented with the problem. He creatively came up with a solution. So perhaps maybe if we could evolve beyond the webmaster model of open data experts who are supposed to be experts on everything from data mining to storytelling, and instead kind of go back to how software is developed, where you have developers and then you have evangelists, case study people. Just want to, I'm yeah, I just throw that out there.
Yeah, no, and I think we all totally agree with you. And I will say we have worked, and I want to, especially thank the brigade. We've worked very closely with them and attended their meetings and make sure that we're listening to them and they're listening to us, because there was a whole conversation of let's think about our common citizen. And it was actually one of the meetings I went to was awesome because Robert gave this example and I was like, and I think it was it the HVACs or something close to that? And I was like, yes, that's it. That is useful for me to know if everyone in my neighborhood, right, needs maybe a new AC unit. Like that's a pricey little thing to replace, right? So I might need to budget for that and then be able to look at people in my neighborhood and who they use, right? Because I want to talk to someone and say, well, they good. And so I think that connection has helped us internally. We are blessed with a great PIO office that has writers at our disposal, so we've been partnering with them. And they are, the way it works, they're assigned to different departments, so they're kind of helping us, right? Partnering with us to help share how to craft stories around the work that they do that we can put forward to citizens. But I do think that is a component that we can probably do a little bit better on and continue to work with what stories do you want, do we want to share that you guys want to help create some of the data sets for us.
submitted budget line item 2015, it's March 2016, and it seems like that's a great turnaround. You speak to that process.
Well, let's see, what time last night? Yeah, I mean, I'll say that it's really Janelle and Wilson. I, simply really provided them the direction of my vision and Lori's vision, and man, they cranked it out. And I will also give props to Open Data Soft, because that tool allowed us to make that vision come true, especially with the storytelling, which I think some of the other platforms don't quite allow that piece to be built in, and the ability to take the data sets and the visualizations and pull them out, right, and pop them in our actual website, which I think that's critical, because that's where most of our citizens are going to go. And our hope is that once they figure out that that crosses into the data side, we'll get more traction. But they work their butts off.
A lot of the groundwork already been done with your stakeholders, your police departments, your permitting.
So,
I
I can speak to that a bit. I mean, we've had SAS for a long time internally. We've done a lot of data warehousing, a lot of analysis internally. And a lot of what we are pushing out here are just data sets that are already built in SAS. We may be taking out a few fields here and there that are just really internal use type of things, but that's pretty much what we're doing with the data. We have lots of data warehouses. We're actually pretty far along with how we manage our data internally, and then a lot of the map layer kind of things you see out there are all part of our Esri implementation as well. So we have Esri and SAS, and that's really what's feeding this. So we had some legwork. We didn't have to go straight back to the source on most of this to do that. A lot of that snow data we had to go get into spreadsheets that people use to plan and build new spreadsheets and all that. But otherwise, yeah, we have the data already. We just need to get it out.
I think the challenge is really getting our departments comfortable with releasing their data. And I think once we can showcase, right, that they're telling such great stories, especially the snow and how they prepare, they'll be all on board. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't want to be rude to anybody, but we have a lot of speakers coming up, and I want to be talking to the people in the audience who have to listen to all this as well, and keep us on schedule for breaks and lunch and that sort of thing. So, big round of applause. Okay, just a little more information about this is kind of some information about where people are coming from trying local data today. So the use of data for stories and information. Some housekeeping notes. So coffee, there is coffee outside here. The main drink station is right in the lobby where you came in. Trash, please be mindful of, we want to keep this place as clean as possible. We're going to be having people with trash bags and stuff after lunch, definitely. So if you can keep the area as clean as possible, we would really appreciate it. Bathrooms, there are, the bathrooms will not be serviced during our time here, but we can use the bathrooms on any floor. So if supplies are running off in the bathrooms that are on this floor, go to a different floor. The door access should be turned on from 8 to 5. The door should work here. And then food, we did ask for dietary restrictions. So you'll see most of the food is for the people that don't have restrictions, but we do have some gluten-free and vegetarian options, which you'll see. So if you did not specifically ask for those, we did project, so we had about half the registration when we ordered the food. So we really hope that we got it right. But if you didn't specifically ask for it, just if you could wait to see, and we hope that we can feed everybody. But we definitely should have enough food for everybody. And our schedule, so we're through the keynote part. We're going to go right into the cities and towns. They're going to talk about some of the issues they want you guys to work on in the hackathon, and what the data sets and who they have here to help. I know Michael in Durham wants to present. Carrie, you want to present again? Any issues you want people to work on?
I have one.
Okay, so we'll have Carrie. Any Wake County? You want to present some stuff? Yeah, Durham. Raleigh, sorry, Raleigh present some stuff. Says 1, 2, 3, 4. Anybody else?
I'm going to yield my life to talk.
No, we got it. So that'll be y'all like 8 minutes to go through that. Okay, we're going to take a quick break for refreshing coffee and stuff. Then we'll have our gold sponsor presentation, our lightning talk. You'll see from the schedule there. That's pretty tightly scheduled. We will have a big book, so we don't want to be disruptive respectful to any of the speakers, but we don't want to be disrespectful to the audience by just going way, way over. Lunch will be served available at 12:30. It is going to be a box lunch, so grab that and come on back in here. We have the Wake Tech Business Analytics students going to be doing some presentations of the projects they're working on, which should be pretty cool. And then we'll wrap that up. At 2 o'clock, we're going to start a hackathon. And I think, yeah, so the hackathon, you don't have to actually create an app, but if you can just look at some data and do some visualization, find some interesting artifacts in the data, cross-reference a few data sets, either in an individual city or county, or maybe across some cities and counties, create a data story or create an app. So that's the kind of thing we're not going to do. And so you'll be able to hear from the data stewards here that are coming from the cities and counties, kind of what they want people to work on. So that will give you some ideas. And then, so at 2 o'clock, we'll kick off the hackathon. We'll, so you can go find the people you want to talk to. At that time, we'll also have some vendor presentations of the cool tools that you can use. So Open Datasoft will be presenting at 2, and Microsoft will be presenting at 3. And then we have spot open if there's anybody that wants to show the ArcGIS or the Socrata portal, how people can use that. So we'll figure that out. So we'll have the hackathon. And our lightning conference. Yeah. Oh, so quickly, if Zach Ambrose and Jason Pickens can come, one quick discussion about upcoming events. And then Analytics Forward is going to be next weekend. That is, information is out. Oh, you can put the link. Oh, and we are live streaming this event, by the way. If you go to the triangleopendataday.org website or .com, the first blog post in there will be the link to the live stream. So tweet that.
Thank you. And hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Jason Hivitz. I'm a brigade captain for Code for Raleigh, as well as the co-chair for City Camp North Carolina. We'd like to tell you a little about City Camp NC. It's going to be coming up later this year. We've actually moved it from our normal June timeframe to September 29th, 30th, and October 1st. City Camp is an unconference style event that's focused on openly innovating with open source and open data and open technology. So what we do is we get together, it's very similar to this. We'll have some lightning talks, we'll have some keynote speakers, and then we'll go into our unconference where people can work together on solving different problems, and then we'll go into our hackathon portion. We partnered with NC Datapalooza, so I'll let Zach tell you about that.
Thanks, Jason. Who's heard of NC Datapalooza before? All right, most folks.
You got the right audience.
I like this, yeah. So NC Datapalooza is an open data competition. We start off with Data Jam, which is a one-day ideation hackathon session with the goal of developing projects that increase innovation, community impact, new businesses, jobs. That comes back for a competition at Datapalooza, which is a big grand prize for the best project. This year we've changed the time frame a little bit. Like Jason said, we partnered with City Camp, so Data Jam is going to be the Saturday of City Camp. Teams that come out of Data Jam will pitch it, all things open. We'll pick the finalists, and those finalists will come back on November 14th, which is a Monday after Election Day. That night we'll have the Datapalooza, the big competition.
And so we have a special treat for you. We created something called the NC Open Pass. So everybody has them already, so thank you. We just saw an opportunity to combine all the different events that are happening here in the Triangle. Open Data Day today, Civic Hacking happening in June, City Camp and Datapalooza. This is like the best deal ever. $40 gets you access to all these events. Because, and a discount. Well, yeah, there's more. And because you've already, because you're here today, we're giving you a $5 off of the $40 early bird price. So there's a discount code on here, TODD Save 5. If you want to like sign up right now, that would be awesome. Or during a break would be even better. So any questions you can ask us.
In the discount I meant, you get to see the pitches at All Things Open and a discount to All Things Open if you want to attend the whole conference.
Yeah, great. And yeah, just to be clear, for the All Things Open conference, you don't get access to the whole thing. You just get a 20% discount because it's a separate event that we don't run. So if there's questions, let us know. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks.
So Michael Steerhoff, well, you first, you have 7 minutes. And if I can get the other people that are gonna present, they can line up over here, we're gonna get you moving real fast. So you can send it.
Good morning, I'm Michael Steerhoff. I'm the new Durham manager for the Open Durham program. You're all probably somewhat familiar with it because it kicked off in the past. And wanted to talk to you about a couple of things. The first of all, we're really looking forward to your input today. We have a really strong program because we're a mix of the city and county programs for sponsorship. Our CIOs, Kerry Good from the city and Greg Morrow, have really gotten behind the program. And what they have sent us here to do today is to learn from you guys. You've already heard about the Internet of Things. You've already heard about data stories. What an important way to get SEO, right? Search, get people involved in what's going on. And we today wanted to talk to you about something else because we want to make the best possible program that we can have. We brought the city strategy team with us to talk to you about an event, a program that they're working on where they would like your input. In fact, we'd like to meet with you at all possible today. I'm going to pass it over to Laura.
That's okay, we have so much data, it's hard to keep everything. Okay, so I'm Jessica Kemp. I'm a construction project manager with the city of Durham. Over the past 10 years, Durham has experienced tremendous growth. We have increased our resident population, our downtown development, and our infrastructure demands. This year alone, we have over $100 million in projects that the city is in part designing in-house and has hired consultants to help design and put under construction. And we have a creative problem with all of those projects. We just have so much going on. We have so many project managers managing these projects in different departments that we're really confused about what's going on and how to best communicate that information to each other internally and to our residents outside. The idea that comes to mind the fastest is to build an interactive map, right? Esri's got some really great storyboard templates available where we've seen Tom Carey talk about the importance of storytelling. We really want to do that for our residents, but we don't want to create yet another reporting project for our project managers to have to update. Right now, project managers update an incredible amount of software. They update an incredible amount of information on software that doesn't necessarily serve the project managers. So what we are looking for is really creative, innovative ways to, on the back end, interact with our interactive maps and to be able to do that in the field. We've got a whole list of ideas that we have come up with what we'd like to have as dream technology. We don't know exactly what's possible. So although we don't have a data set with us here today, we really want to tap into the collective brain and just get some good ideas going about what might be possible in terms of the technology. I'm going to turn it over to Laura.
Hi. I am a community engagement coordinator with the city of Durham, and so my perspective is working really closely with residents and understanding what the things are that they deal with on a day-to-day. So when they're driving along the street and there's a road flow sign, WTF Durham, what's going on? So we really want to be able to take this interactive map and move it from just a one-way communication, this is what's going on with the city of Durham, to hopefully building in additional features so that eventually, this is the public participation spectrum, start all the way with informing to empowering people so that you're not just getting information, but eventually you're providing information that people are able to act on. So residents, maybe when they're looking for a home to build, instead of a realtor showing them somewhere that next year the light rail's gonna come into, they're able to go on and make more informed decisions about what's gonna happen in that neighborhood next year and in 2040. This can also help the project managers to be able to communicate with each other because in large organizations like cities, departments are often siloed, so you don't know if you're gonna renovate this park, is Public Works planning to repave that road, and your projects may overlap and waste city dollars. So the resources we have so far in our toolbox, we have the open data portal, like Michael talked about, which has city and county data. We also have department information on projects. Like Jessica said, there are 40 to 50 project managers and 40 to 50 large projects, and that doesn't even include the day-to-day street maintenance type things. There's lots of data in all of those departments, and it doesn't talk to each other, and it doesn't talk to the residents. And then the other piece that we have at our disposal to hopefully build this amazing map is within the city where you have an Innovation Academy team, which Jessica and I are members. And this project didn't come from the city manager down. This project came from us, managers and coordinators and mid-management and frontline staff sitting around saying the thing that would make our jobs easier would be to be able to have a map like this. So again, we came here today because you guys are experts in tech and data and computer stuff. And so we're hoping that you can help us to think through this really big project. There are a lot of different opportunities. There are a lot of really amazing apps out there that do kind of single service things. I just got 300 texts from Citigram about crime statistics in a 4-mile radius of my house, which is great. But that's a really specific thing. It would be awesome if we could build a map where I could go on and learn about that, maybe learn how to build a community watch my area, and things like that. So we would really love for you to join us. At 2, we're going to be in the snack area, so you can come by and get some food and also hang out with us and help us brainstorm. I have a backpack full of Post-its, so we're going to do it a little low-tech style, but it'll be fun. Thank you.
All right, we have Wayne Carter.
Hey, good morning. We don't have official slides. Our open data program manager wasn't able to be here today, but he asked if I would just throw out a couple of ideas for you. So Wake County has a learning launch of the open data site. It's data.wakegov.com. We encourage you to go to the site and explore, take a look at the data sets that we have out there. So we started with our GIS data sets that have been open for a very long time. They were out on the web since about 2000 as shape files. But we've moved them into a portal that's a little easier to navigate and search and filter data and download, and there's API access. So we encourage you to go there. We've done a nice collaboration on the permit data. It is fresh into the site, so bear with us as we get the data cleaned up. One of the things that we've seen is that putting data into open data sites is a nice way to give our folks sort of a view of the data set outside the business system, and so then a lot of cleanup happens to the data at that time. But some of the ideas that our department has shared with us that they'd like to see apps designed around are a mechanism to pull together the permit data from the various jurisdictions, right? So as a citizen, you want to see a regional picture, and you don't care that you don't want to have to hop to 3 different sites to get permit data, right? So if we could see a regional picture of some permit trends, that could be a nice app. And then another idea that's come up is an app to aggregate social media on foodborne illnesses so that we can link restaurants where folks have eaten to outbreaks. That would be very helpful to our public health folks. So those are 2 ideas that folks have come up with, and we look forward to seeing what else y'all design today.
I don't have a lot to add, but I will say that I am an end user. I'm a data analyst for the largest health and human services department in the state. As such, we use your data. thank you, Town of Cary, for putting a disclaimer about what's not in your crime data, because those of us who look for Child Protective Services data and the difference in reporting across municipalities, we know that Cary has the highest level of reports where children may be present, but that's not shown in the data. And so we appreciate those of you who build the open data sites protecting those parts of data that we might need you to share with us through an agreement, but just not putting it out there for the public. So thank you for all of your apps, all of your ideas, and please use your data. Document, document, document.
And Lori's gonna talk about something.
Very briefly. So I have a couple of ideas. In the data portal, there's 21 data sets, and a lot of them are self-evident. But sometimes we get requests from citizens who need data to back up that request. And I'll just give you an example of a story. If you live in Cary and you're west of Highway 55, there's not a lot of services for the people who live in what we call west of 55 or West Cary. So one of the interesting things would be, as an example, where we will soon have some data. We do collect it today, but we haven't made it public yet, on people who attend our various community centers and where they attend from, right? So we have the information, the age, their address. So we know that people, as an example, who live far in western side of Cary are driving all the way to Park to participate. And so that type of data would be helpful for people to say and tell their representative, hey, you know what? And we can also show the rest of the council members, you know, we have a huge group of people who are driving 20 miles, let's say, to go to services. We need a community center in West Cary. The other thing that might be interesting too, just as an idea, is if you're a parent, sometimes it's really hard to figure out what to do with kids. We don't have we have a lot of information about our parks that are in the data sets. We have information how close they are. We have geolocation information as well. But there's information that Wake County has, like the libraries. Lots of stuff goes on in the libraries, but that's not in our data set. And that's another opportunity. So you could create something like an app for parents of all the things that there are to do that are near where I am right now. So you can take the geolocation data, then you could mash it up with parks. You can even add filters. You know, I want to look for parks that have bathrooms or parks that are have basketball courts along with public libraries. So there's a lot of information that's shared across multiple data sets that might be interesting for a really innovative app.
Thank you. And now we're going to have Glenn talk about Raleigh.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm going to build on a couple of things that folks have already talked about. Storytelling and the partnerships with Wake County around building permits and such. I'm Adam Martin. I work on the open data program for the city of Raleigh. Also, I'm a data captain for Durham. And I'm going to try to use this mouse so I don't have to stand and do it like that. Today's my birthday, so I just wanted to say there's no better way that I would love to spend my birthday than with you guys. No joke, because this inspires me greatly to do the job that we do every day. Working with folks who will give up their Saturday mornings and Saturdays to come geek out about the data that we can use to empower ourselves, our communities, and make our communities better. It's super inspiring, and that's why I do it, and I love the fact that you're here. This Google slideshow is at this link. There's a lot of links in this slideshow, so if you see something you want to go to, just open it up and go crazy. So just want to let you know that that's open. If the sharing isn't working for some reason, let me know. So again, I work for the city of Raleigh, so I manage the data.raleighnc.gov portal, and some of the dimension that's been out there for several years now.
And we've really tried to move towards a lot of the same themes that folks are talking about. How do we make it so that our data is searchable? And so when you're looking for information, you're able to find it the way you want. We're trying to figure out how to meet people where they are with the data. So don't come to my portals, come to my website. I don't care. I want to get my data to you. So there's some efforts that, some partnerships with Waze to try to get our road closure data into Waze and Google Maps ongoing right now. We've partnered with them and been working hard to get the data structured so that it will just get sucked up into your app, so that you know, when there's a game and the roads are closed and you have to go around, like a lot of us experienced maybe this morning, maybe you are told in your app that's happening. And then telling stories around strategic things and priorities of the city. And so I want to talk a little bit, first of all, just show of hands. I know that this is sort of a niche group of folks who, a lot of people have been to the first Open Data Day, but who hasn't? Who's kind of like, still not really sure what open data means. Okay, we've definitely got a few. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us still struggle with that, right? I actually found this to be super useful for me, just to think about what's the difference between public data and open data and digital and non-digital, like how it all fits together. So just in general, this is how I see the world. You know, we've got a lot of non-digital data still that the city creates that you know, is probably subject to public records requests and things like that, but aren't necessarily part of our open data programs at this point. They should be in the future, but they're not right now. And then legally, in terms of, so you've got these three different types of data: the physical, how it actually is stored, what the legal nature of it is, and then how we provide you access to that. And so open data is all about the access part and just making it much more proactive. But I also wanted to highlight that, you know, there are, even though a lot of folks, you know, default to open is a big theme and principle for open data, and we agree with general default to open, but that doesn't mean that there isn't public record data that's not sensitive. And I'm not talking about credit cards and things, that's down here, but putting out you know, the exact location of where a rape incident occurs, right? That's not probably beneficial to all citizens, and so there are certain data that certain specificity of data that you want to classify as sensitive. I just wanted to just frame that up there, just so that maybe we have a common language. And like I mentioned, we have some initiatives at City of Raleigh to get data out to folks, including this Waze initiative. I just want to let you know about some of those. Because for me, that's part of the big story. I also want to just quickly touch on an initiative that's involved a search that we recently kicked off. We use Google every day. 25% of our Google searches end up in some kind of visual response like this. So we started asking, like, why can't we do this with our data for the searches that people are making? If people come to our website, why aren't they able to get it in the way that they're used to getting it at Google? So we applied for a foundation, an iFoundation grant to basically do that for the City of Raleigh. And after it's a fairly selective process, we were awarded a prototype grant to basically improve our search experience and also raise awareness about the data that we have. So we are actively starting the search process for support and help to do a human-centered design approach. So we want to get a lot of input from users about what they want to see. So when they go to search for their water bill to pay it, you know, what information is actually additionally relevant to them? Is it, we obviously can't necessarily, when the search result, bring back personal information about their water usage, but maybe about their neighborhood usage. Is there some trend we can show, et cetera? So we're really interested in talking to a lot of people, and maybe this afternoon we might, if folks are interested in this project, I may ask you to sign up for our user testing group. So if you go to Open Raleigh and you scroll through the Twitter, there are some links. There'll be some links to our user testing group sign up page. So these are just, if you're ever curious about, what the searches that people are making on the site are, these are some of the top information kind of search keyword clusters that come up. So, but what I really want to talk about is the housing story in this area. How much time do we have?
Half a minute.
All right, my lightning talk is really going to go into this in more detail. But basically, I'll just set it up here. You know, we're a growing area. There's all kinds that leads to housing pressures and issues of affordable housing. And this is an important story, I think, for the region. And I want to get into that and talk about some of the data that some folks talk about: permit data, zoning data, development plan data, and a housing inventory data, some of which we just released this week to hopefully spur some of this exploration and conversation. So I will get into this more after our break, but look forward to
Okay. Well, thank you to all the speakers. We are only 9 minutes behind schedule. So if we can take a 10-minute break, go use the restroom, go get a fresh cup of coffee, bottle of water. I'm sure there's some bagels and other things left over. And then come back in 10 minutes and we'll start again with our sponsor presentation, and then we'll jump right into the lightning talks, and we'll add 10 minutes to whatever the time is that's showing in the program. Thank you. And lightning talk speakers, you see the chaos up here as we're transitioning between. That will go on during the whole lightning talk.
Yes, okay.
No. Yeah. Yes. Good.
We're going to do a redux of the picture we took of you and Steven.
Oh yeah, we're live. Woo! Yeah.
Stand here. Stand here, please, Hank. You know what? Two idiots. I wonder There you go. How hard is that? Ready? Yeah. There we go. One click. Very good. All right. Looks like it's a light one because they're in art class. You know, science, STEM, nothing arts. And we're on the live stream. I see that. Having our conversation. Don't worry. Hey, is it on? E3. Good luck. You next? No. What's that? David's next. Did you already go? Did you already go? Did you go? Probably gonna talk a lot. I have no pictures to tell a story. Sure. You're a picture. Oh, thank you. This is a great story, and we will surely tell it. Nicole? That's the funny part. All right, guys. Ready? Sorry. I'll start that. I know. I was trying to show something last time. I like
All right, the meeting started, so some people can run the hallway and let people know that we are starting. We appreciate that. So if everybody can take their seats, please, we can get started. Not run over too long with lightning talks and stuff. If we can please take a seat. The conversations are great, but we really need to get started again. Jason Hare, can you please sit down? I'll start calling people. All right, if everybody can please take your seats, we really need to get started. I'm sorry. I know. Okay, so everybody's come back and that's great. So thank you all for that. And we are going to go through a lot of material very quickly here. We're going to start with a presentation from Open Data Soft, David Tomas here. And then we're going to start into those lightning talks. And so yes, it will be chaotic. There'll be a lot going on. You're going to get a lot of ideas. We don't really have any time for questions. So find the speakers afterwards, and I'm sure they'll like to give you some information. Also, anybody that's got presentation links or document links, we'll put up a blog post on technology, triangleopendata.org, so all those links can be found. So that's kind of what I've been trying to do here. We do have the live stream going. We've had some issues making sure we have the right links, but we'll try to do that live as well. So without any further delay, I would like to introduce David Tomas, the Chief Technical Officer of Open Data Soft.
Thank you. So happy to be there with you. Thank you for letting me be part of this Open Data journey. I'm David Tomas. I'm Open Data CTO and co-founder. Actually, I was at the same place last year, but with a bit of delay because of snow in Boston. This year everything went fine. No snow, no ice. It's always very pressing. Sorry for my English. It's always amazing for me to see the energy here in the triangle. It's really energizing to see how the civic tech community is handling problems. It's definitely very interesting for me, and always when I come here and go back to my country, I always share this impression with my colleagues, with my customers, especially in the public sector. We have a lot of things to learn from what you are doing here in terms of civic tech engagement. So thank you for this learning. I'm going to go through a couple of slides presenting what we do at Open Datasoft. I'll give you some kind of information about what has been done in the past year in terms of new features. And I try to demo some new things, some things I find very cool, especially in the data opening world. And I end up with some use case presentations. So Open Datasoft is a four years old company hosted in Paris, in France. We are now 20 people, and we created Open Datasoft 4 years ago to provide with our customers with on-the-shelf, ready-to-use, and pay-as-you-go solution to value their data. So I like the way Nicole and Laurie presented this story thing. This is really why we designed Open Datasoft to connect data owners with data users, to connect business owners with data valuing. So the platform is actually designed to collect data from different places. Okay? So static geo data coming out of connected sensors, real-time live data. It's under design to of course, connect to and publish open data sources. And it's also designed, and we have a couple of use cases on this, to actually get data from users, from applications, so user-generated data and content. So, and actually, with kind of massive growth of connected objects and Internet of Things type of projects, possible and available data sources is growing every day, and we try to keep up with this by making it possible for our customers to integrate data silos as they arrive on the market. And for finally, making the objective being not to only to listing data sets and making them available and making them available to APIs and visualizations. I go back to this later. Is very important, but we definitely see our platform not as an endpoint, I mean, a dead end for data, but as we see and we design our platform as a gateway, as a hub, okay, where people and applications and other software verticalize on specific problems, either geo, big data analytics, and so on, can get data from and more. So the platform is designed with actually three layers. Data sharing, which will actually let our customers and data owners define how data gets into the system, what should be access rights and access policy. You have this layer which is very important, which lets before publishing data sets, which lets our customers prepare, enrich, transform the data sets by opening an address, by doing some geographical projections, translation by doing field manipulations, computing numerical expressions out of existing fields. So kind of an ETL-based approach for transforming data and providing with business users very easy to use tools and without having to become expert of talent or Informatica or even Excel, which is really powerful but might be a bit complex to use to do these transformations. And top of the layer, of course, one of the most important layers is the layer for valuing data. Our data is available, as you've seen, with Tom Query data portal through a standard data catalog. Visualizations can easily be integrated outside of the platform with simple copy-paste actions. But you also have APIs, which will actually let application developers or mobile application developers, web application developers, or even proprietary applications use the platform to get data and to enrich their applications. One important thing, we designed our platform with the API first approach. So all the features you see shown are actually the results of API calls, and all these APIs are available and documented. Okay, so if we had to remove all the features of the product, but one, we would keep that. That is, I mean, the core feature of the platform is to transform a raw data set into a set of available APIs, which will allow for building advanced business usage of out of the data. So we are here, especially for the time being in the United States, operating open data portals. But our platform has a different design, and actually our first customer was a corporate business, so has been designed to take care of security concerns. So it is differently made to let our customers precisely control what should be the access policies for every single data set. And even within a single data set, making it possible to let some people see several fields and some other people see other fields. So you have very fine-grained access policy control, which makes it possible to use the platform for internal data management usage. Okay, so we are targeting, of course, cities, local governments, federal governments, and so on, but also companies and corporate businesses. And actually, half of our customer base is made of corporate businesses and large utilities. So we have, I've been showing this slide last year, so I guess we had not 70, but 30 or 40. So we have now more than 70 customers. And what has happened last year, so in 2015, it's pretty interesting. So beginning of last year, we only had one international customer, which was the city of Brussels. So it's not France. It's very close to France, for those who know the geography of Europe. And one of our objectives in 2015 was to start positioning ourselves on the global market. So we managed to get one customer in Australia. We have grown in Europe, so we have now some federal governments in Portugal, cities in Sweden, federal governments dealing with transparency on energy data in the Middle East. And now our three first US customers, I thank for choosing us. Last word about the platform and our approach. You should see Open Data Soft as a tool. I mean, it's a tool. Okay? With this tool, what we want to make possible is to have an organization, being it either a local government, a city, or an organization, transform itself into a platform. And an organization produces services of different kind, but all these services they generate data. And what Open Data Soft is trying to build is a kind of way to go for solving all these business problems around the data by providing our customers a platform that will support data management policy. So being either open data program management or corporate business data-driven problem solving and so on. So solving these problems by providing an easy-to-use platform, so accessible for business users, which lets them publish data sets, visualize data sets, provide data discovery features, and open APIs to open the data sets through APIs. We are currently using on some billing features, monetization features, which will, at a point in time, make it possible for our customers to build data marketplace, custom data marketplaces out of their data. Definitely, I mean, all these are stories that our customers have told thanks to our platform. So yeah, our objective is to make all our customers be able to speak and to share and to value their data assets. So a couple of words about what has been happening on the features perspective last year and what is coming. So we've been working. I mean, we're actually releasing a new feature about the week. So the release cycle is pretty aggressive. But here are the things I think are most important. So we've been working extensively on the geo features. So for the technical guys here, behind the scene, we are using Elasticsearch. Elasticsearch is a well-known open source search engine technology, which we are contributing to. So those of you who have used Elasticsearch know that for advanced geo features, I mean, they are missing some functionalities. So we've been developing plugins. All these plugins are open source. They have been reused by other companies, and we try to contribute to the open source community with this. And we have especially just worked on the ability to handle very large geo-based data sets with very complex shapes. We've been working, and that's one important point, we have our proprietary API. So for those of you who are interested in that, we have a GitHub organization, and you can of course fetch all our open source from that area. We worked on implementing more standards. So we have a proprietary API, which is REST API, so using standards, HTTP, JSON, and so on. But there exists many standards for exchanging data and so on. So this year we've been working extensively on supporting OGC standards, so Open Geographical Consortium standards, which has standardized the way to access and publish geo data. And we've been implementing two of the standards. I would say the most important ones when it comes to publishing data, that are CSW and WFS. So WFS is a well-known standard for exchanging data layers that can be displayed on the map. Okay, so it means that any geo-based solution able to deal with WFS layer can actually leverage any dataset published on the Open Data platform. We've been working on the CSW protocol, which is a protocol according for catalog service for the web, which aims at defining kind of harvestable and cataloging framework for geo-based datasets. So any dataset published on the open data platform can be reached through one or the other endpoints. All these are documented on our online documentation .opendata.com. We have made great progress on APIs. This was a long and difficult task, but we managed to get it out. So we have our new API version 2 released for 3 months now. It's still beta, but we have more and more customers using it. What we try to do, API standards have evolved a lot in the past years. So what we try to do is to actually cope with all the standard things. So this new API is fully RESTful, is following hypermedia principles. So for those of you who know these principles, the idea is to actually include hyperlink and hyperlinking mechanisms within the API. So with a simple web browser, you can actually easily dive into the API by clicking on links featured within the API results. For instance, for the pagination, for you are on the catalog, dataset catalog level, you want to see the records of the dataset, you want to some geo API calls. So all this can be actually this kind of data discovery for APIs. And this API, this new API is really defined by a Swagger specification, which makes actually possible to get very nice API console for developers to test all the possible parameters you can use with the API. A quick word about on top of this API, so we've also been working extensively on open sourcing our full front-end stack. So this is the case now. All our front-end is based on the front-end features, so the maps, charts, data exploration features, and so on, are based on a widgets library, which is itself based on Angular JS, which is open source, which is available on our GitHub endpoints, and which actually makes it possible to, with simple HTML knowledge, to build very advanced dashboards on a third-party website. So I was introducing last year this widget library. It was fancy. It's now very mature. All our front end is based on it, and it is free open source. And we hope that we'll be able to drive some interest from the community on this library, developing new widgets, new ways to visualize data, and so on. Third topic, we are seeing more and more interest in the open data infrastructure topic. So, what is open data infrastructure? For us, it's the ability for an organization not only to publish data on the data portal, but to provide tools for their users to actually take advantage of this data while still being able to do whatever they want with this data, that is merging them and comparing them with their own data. So open data and open data infrastructure is simply, if I can take a simple example, an organization having a top-level data publishing site with sub-organizations having their own data publishing site with their own branding, their own access policies, and so on. And all these portals, actually being able to share data between them, share visualizations, and so on. So kind of open data infrastructure that is a hierarchical, collaborative way of publishing data, while with business units and individual organizations, sub-organizations, having the full control over the way they publish their own datasets. So we have more and more customers interested by this future, and I truly believe that this is currently a topic in the US. I'd like to focus on what was it I need?
Oh, you're in like 18.
Okay.
As quick as you can go.
Okay, so I will, sorry about that. I will focus on the topic which I find very interesting. So we've been building with OpenDataSoft, promoting, actually building 4,000 kind of data sets, which actually references all the open data portals in the world. So this project is called Open Data Inception. So it's a single data set which is hosted somewhere on one of our open data platform. And we got unexpected reactions from the public. I mean, this project has been shared by many people from all over the world, asking us to add this in data, to fix data, and so on. This data comes from different data sources. Okay, so some of them being produced by the Open Knowledge Foundation, the other coming from RGS portals listing, the other coming, of course, from Open Data portals, Open Data portals, and so on. And what we are trying to push now is kind of standard way of describing a data portal. Either an open data portal, a national statistics data portal, or whatever related to data that is made available to the public. We are actually hosting a webinar on that topic next Tuesday, so March 8th. We have a lot of subscribers, and we will discuss the way we want to push this forward. But in a few words, the idea is that any data portal, so let's take for instance here the open data portal of the city of Paris. We work with any open data customers. It's the same idea as the robots.txt for the websites. Okay, that's like data portal. So the idea is to push a very simple data portal description standard. So with a couple of metadata describing what the data portal is about, and a link with a standard way to retrieve all the data sets within the portal. Okay, so you have the metadata at the top of the screen here. You have here the list of hundreds of data sets of the Paris city. And this is, this is fully standardized based on data package.json, which is a standard pushed by the OPSM, okay, that we implemented a couple of months ago. And we believe that, this format being, and this description format being pretty simple to implement, that any data portal in the world might be able to actually publish on there. So either CMS, so WordPress hosting some data, or a proprietary system designed for data management might be able to produce this file, and based on that, make it possible for anyone to crawl the whole set of data portals available in the world. So that's one very hot topic that we are pushing out right now. So I won't take much more of your time. I have a couple of slides to show you how the platform was used, but we can discuss this afterwards. We use different use cases, public use cases with cities, with local governments, with federal governments, with utility companies, with major water management utilities or energy management utilities using the platform. One of the outcome of this experience we have built in all these fields is that data is a way, definitively, for local governments to collaborate with their actually corporate and associated corporate businesses providing services. And we are positioning ourselves in the open data and smart city world to the message. Thank you for your attention and talk to you soon.
Thank you. All right, we are just a little bit behind time, so we're going to add 20 minutes to the times that everybody's going to go. Ian Soleil is going to be the taskmaster here. He has his Toastmasters timer. We will be ruthless with the hook. Again, we don't have time for questions, but we would appreciate anybody getting their links to their presentations and stuff. Email them to me, and I'll actually put information, we'll put a page on triangleopendataday.org or .com, same site. And we'll start adding the information of what city portals are, county portals, who the contact people are. So just start emailing me that. I'll put a link on that page. And then Ian is going to start the sessions here. I'm going to run out and make some coffee. And Ian.henshaw@gmail.com. I can write it on the board. Very good. This is Ian Soleil.
Okay. We'll start the lightning talk just as soon as the screen comes up.
We're having trouble switching to the HDMI. So I want to, if you want to use the VGA. Oh, that, yeah. So we're having trouble when we go to HDMI. It's not syncing. So the presenters, we do have connections, many port connections to the VGA. So we'll again, chaotic, but we'll try to do as best as we can.
Okay, everyone. My name is Robert Campbell. I'm the co-captain for the Town of Cary Brigade System. Big shout out to Code for America and other brigade captains that are here. Real little quick plug for, we have a united triangle-wide presence. If you want to get involved with Code for America, Code for Cary, the brigades and system, we have a meetup page for that. So my talk today is about CityGram. So let's talk about, we've talked about story-driven things before, so I came with this. So how do we get information from our town right now? A lot of us, they tell you go to this webpage, right? Don't read a press release or whatever. It's you go do this sort of thing, right? And even, come on. There we go. Come back. My Mac is aggressive on things. So even the police, right? The town of Cary's police, and I'm sure other municipalities, they have these really great resources that you can go to get information, right? But when you do that, all this stuff, it kind of starts to resemble something like the Matrix, right? It's a bunch of data, right? It's information. And this actually is where we start our journey in the city. This is the beginning point. And I want to give a special shout out to one man in the audience, Mr. Nigel Terry, sitting over here plugging away. This is his creation. He did this. We federated the data between Cary, Raleigh, and Durham to create a triangle-wide system for crime notification, right? Because a lot of us live in Durham, work in Cary, work in Raleigh, whatever, right? We cross borders all the time. So this is where it begins. So what is CityGram? CityGram is simply this service that came out of the Code for America Fellowship System, the Brigade Network. It allows you to take that data that you just saw, you feed it into the system, and you end up with a nice interface like this. You can subscribe to your city. So instead of you being told, hey, go read this, go do that, this is the other way around. I'm interested in this. Come tell me when something happens. But what happened was, in our area, you can see this is very city-centric. So we are the first region to bring this online. So we regionally adapted a city-based system for our area. And what happened with that, the process is very straightforward. You select crime reports, you put in an address, it brings up a map. Right now we have to identify what city, okay? It tells you, it tries to estimate, you might receive about 3 centigrams per minute or per week to when you subscribe to this area. But the idea is geo-based location. You receive a notification when an event happens in that area. So something you are specifically interested in, you get told when something happens there, instead of having to go read something and sift through stuff. This is live, this is working, and this is how it is right now. My lightning talk is about, I need your help. This user experience, it's not the greatest in the world. This is still very much a Gen 1. It's a great Gen 1. It needs some help. So we need to do things like, right now it's very static in that we're putting in an address, right? It's a static entry of an address. Everybody uses Google Maps these days, right? What happens when you start typing an address? It auto-completes. So those are the sorts of things we want to add to the CityGram interface. The other thing we want to look at doing with CityGram is, this is a great way to notify about things that are happening in your area or around you. So what we want to do is, we want to explore ways that we can fully take advantage of this kind of system to not just notify you about crime data, but also notify you about maybe civic events. Tap into a calendar. You know, I want to know when something is happening at the Raleigh amphitheater, right? Who's coming there next? When that's announced, tell me about it instead of having to read a press release. So there's definitely work we can do here. And this is all on open source. The page here, this is the GitHub link at the top of that page. This is all on GitHub. I'll post the link later to our blog post. But the idea is, we stood up an instance of this service in our brigade. And we share it with Raleigh, we share it with Durham. Everyone is welcome. We don't just need programmers. This is a Ruby-based service. We don't just need programmers. We need people who have an idea or a view to how this should work for all of us, right? It isn't just so simple to say, we put it out there. We want to really be able to provide this service and push it forward and have it notify you. So that's kind of, and I'm using the accelerated format to try to save us some time, but this page here was something we deployed from GitHub, and I'm asking for folks to seek me out. If you want to contribute your ideas, your thoughts, if you're a Ruby programmer, if you want to just take a look at how this works, come see me. We definitely want to work on adding functionality to this. I've had a couple of folks who've been interested already in this, so I'd love to welcome anybody I can to the platform, and I thank you for your time. We're using this is HTML. We're using this reports. I have What happened to the other one? Oh. That's useless. So you have to switch. So this line. Switch. So you click on that.
No, I can't use the other one. All right, thank you. Sorry. All right, picking up where we left off before. So the story, the story we wanted to tackle, I'm not talking about Code for Durham or School Navigator that is printed, but if you want to find out more about that, you can go to codefordurham.com and look at the projects for School Navigator. But what I really want to talk about was the housing story in our neighborhood, or in our area, our neck of the woods here, how it might lead to some challenges down the road, and how we can get ahead of those if we use data well to put in place good policies, et cetera. And so we'll talk about some new data that we've put out there that is ripe for exploring and pumping into applications like CityGram and doing other analysis with it. So, all the projections say we're going to be, by 2030, we're going to increase 50%, over 100% over the next 30 years, basically doubling, almost doubling in size. And, no matter what the projection is, the story is that we're definitely growing. So that was a Raleigh projection before. This is the whole triangle area going from 1.8 to 2.8 million. And so we really wanted, but the good news is we're going to stay young. The triangle will stay young forever. So you can take some solace in that. But what we don't want is that this becomes our story. That we become a place where middle class and all socioeconomic, folks from socioeconomic brackets just can't live near where they work and make a good life in this area. And luckily, I don't think we're there yet. That's not our story. The question is, how do we make sure that doesn't become our story? Because we can already see some things happening over the last. If you look at census data over the last 4 years, rent is rising faster than income, over 2x. The number of people who rent is also increasing. So the story of rental housing and affordability is an important one to pay attention to, even just from this little slice of the data. And this is there's links to this, I believe, in the presentation. So I sent the wrong link out earlier. So if you check Twitter at Open Raleigh, the right link is out now. But yes, this is a problem, right? That rent is going up way faster than people's income, and if you look at a bunch of cities across the country, I only have Raleigh in here right now, but this isn't my analysis. This is actually done by the GovX folks at the Johns Hopkins Institute. They created this visualization. But you can see at the top how, so there's us, there's Raleigh. We're right in the middle. Over the last 5 years or so, things have increased, but not dramatically, right? We're still doing all right. But if you look at the bigger, some other cities, and San Francisco's among them, over the last 5 years, you've seen that sprint where rents have increased, over 50–60%. And the question is are we on pace to have a similar type of growth? And it looks like from the demographic projections that we are. So what I'm interested in is how can we use the data that we have? We have so much data, permit, et cetera, population. We've got all this great data. Why aren't we using it better to help give us a little bit more of a crystal ball into what's happening locally, hyper locally? Because census data is so broad, the resolution level of that data doesn't really help us make policies happen. We need to create incentives in certain neighborhoods. We don't have visibility right now from census data into what are those neighborhoods, because the census data comes 2–3 years, lag time. But we have real-time permit data that comes in every day into our portals. We've got development plans, applications, which all say what new construction is happening, what demolitions are happening. We have in Raleigh, we have a registry of where rent properties are. That's one of the data sets we've released from 2009 to 2015, so you can see kind of how that's changed. We've got parcels, we've got property data from the counties where you can see the value, and then we've got value-added third-party data like Zillow, who has great APIs around neighborhood trends, housing values, et cetera. And they're looking to actually incorporate more civic data into their models, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel totally. Esri has some great demographic profiling data that I've also shared on our portal that gives you a snapshot into what kind of lifestyle demographics there are at the block group level. So I'm sure there's stuff I'm missing, but we know that, like, you know, if we all go alone, we're not going to get anywhere. But we know if we partnered together with Wake and Carrie, that it'd be a slam dunk. We can actually hit this problem head on. So that's Nicole, that last one, who broke the backboard. But we knew we had to work together because people, you know, real estate doesn't operate in our jurisdiction. The markets are bigger than us in our city data. So we came together and we said, let's put this in this national, let's put our permit data in this national standard called the Build Standard, which a bunch of different folks got together, vendors who work with cities, Zillow, cities, et cetera, came and tried to map out, okay, what does each data field mean? How can we take all our disparate systems and map it to that logic so that we know we have a common language? We can start to benchmark what's happening in different communities, and we can create better national and regional views of what's going on. So that's what really exciting for us. And so as part of Triangle Open Data Day, as folks mentioned earlier, Wake and Carrie met and said, let's get our data out in this Build Standard as much as we can, and let's make a push to do that for Open Data Day, so that maybe while we're sitting here, we can actually do some exploration and some combinations that are interesting, and hopefully get some feedback from you. So one of the things that the Build Standard allows, I'm sorry, it's very hard to read, but it has these logically mapped fields. So no matter how we classify a permit, you know, it needs to map to this standard. So new and existing, residential, non-residential, and then we've added a field for whether you can tell whether it's actually gotten an inspection or not, so it's official. Just a quick overview. This is kind of what it looks like right now. Again, the links are in the presentation, but we've got about 115,000 records from Raleigh going back to 1999. Carrie's the data that they released today is out there. From a building and construction perspective, there's about half of their data is building permits specifically. And again, this is sort of a quick first glance based on what's there. And then Wake County has about 83,000 records going all the way back to 1996. They made a big push to get it out of their data out of mainframes to their data portal. So a big, huge kudos for them to making that effort. And so some of it's in Build Center, some of it's not, but I think there's enough there that you can start to eventually pull things into CityGram and have some interesting filters put on it. So yeah, go check it out. There's you know, in our building permit data, we've got a dashboard that we link to that makes it easy to explore right out the gate. So you've got lots of different cards, so you kind of see what you're looking at instead of just a big table. So once you kind of get honed in on, get familiar with what's there, because a lot of these data sets are just so big, you can start to say, okay, I know I really want this subset of the data, and you kind of play around and do some filtering to see whether you want new residential or you just want commercial permits, that kind of stuff. So check that out. You know, yeah, tell us, you know, what's dirty, what's messy. You know, help us out, because we need it's a team effort here. Anyway, I think I'm out of time, right? So this presentation is online. You can go. We've done some analysis on our rental data as well with an intern this past summer to kind of look at where the density of rental units are at a block group level. We have some interactive maps that allow you to look at the parcels that we flagged that aren't in our registry, but we think probably should be because the property owner doesn't live where the property is. So they may not be registering or anything. So there's questions of accuracy with any data set that we have that we're kind of looking into. And then we also looked at Zillow data. So this is actual rent prices for the addresses that were in our rental registry. So this is the distribution. But we found with Zillow data for rent pricing, we can't really use it because the confidence level is too low. The ranges are way too high. So check that out, and look forward to talking to you this afternoon about how we can put this stuff to work.
You guys seen what's been in this aircraft carrier? How's everybody feeling? Awesome. See what happens.
Yeah, we'll do some right there.
Good late morning. It's on VGA.
My name is John McLean. I manage the neighborhood campus project for the city of Durham. I am about to sort of move into a new phase of development of this website. It's a neighborhood indicator tool, sort of. And I'm thinking about how I do this. I can become more of a community ally in doing this, even in how this site is developed. So I'm coming to you with more of a reflective feeling this morning than practical. So come with me on a sort of internal dialogue here. So this is sort of a conceptual rendering of what it feels like, sort of trying to do open source work with a computer, right? Like I can't make open. What is open? I can't make it happen with a computer, right? My computer is just conceptual, right? Like my computer doesn't know what open is. It can't do, right? So I'm trying to work with people. Computers don't do that. I want to engage with a lot of people, different people, in how I make this site work, because it's supposed to be something that's going to help them advocate for what their issues are and make their community better too. So I want to get a lot of public contributions. I want everybody involved in this, right? But I'm kind of concerned that all those green and yellow blocks are going to look like this, and I don't really. Right in front, that I stole almost all these images from the internet, so I can't really share this slide deck. Can't post it on the Taj website. But I just, I'm afraid that these experiences are going to be kind of isolated experiences, like mine early on, trying to get the command prompt to do something open. So no amount of documentation I create is going to help with this scenario, right? I can't write this and be like, hey, everybody, check this out. This is really important for you. And it's embedded in a README file somewhere. It's just not going to happen. Computers can't do it. And there's a possibility that all my little computer world really just doesn't matter anymore, right? Like, did I get it? Did I not? Survey says, ellipsis. So what do I need to do? I need to make a case for this, right? I need to get out to more people. I need to broadcast the idea about why this is important. I need to take it to the streets, maybe, right? I need to be somebody that's more accessible. I need to get out there and explain what I think is really important about this. But I'm not going to tell people when I do that this is something that's going to help improve government efficiency or something like that, right? Because that's really looking like this. And people see this when they hear that. And really, it's not the goal either. Anyway, this is about giving community members something that's powerful for them. So I'm not also going to tell them that I'm trying to do this because I'm going to create like a business or something that's going to solve all their problems for them. There's a fear about that model maybe too, a little bit. And I should warn you also that I do a little bit here with awkward stereotypes about tech people, which I feel like I have to handle on a regular basis too. So probably also some of them. So it's really important though, because I think what we're trying to do with this thing is build something that is really an advocating tool for people to get access to. So that access thing is always a problem. It's something culturally relevant for anybody. Maybe, maybe not. We're kind of building all this stuff as we go along, but how do we do it in a way that's collaborative? So it's still a hard sell though, because a lot of people still don't have computers, right? Some people don't even have computers. Some people don't have computers that aren't connected to the internet. And why even build a website to begin with in that environment? And I think part of the answer really is that this room, which a lot of us probably go and visit sometimes, and that room really needs to see data. And to access the resources that they can leverage, you really need to talk to them with that data, right? And we do that. We're in that intermediary kind of space a lot of the time, I think, most of us in this room. And I think that what we need to maybe take with us a little bit and sort of cogitate on is the fact that that's broken. That doesn't really solve the problems that people face on a daily basis still. And all those numbers might really help get that money out or get those resources to people that need it. but it's still not really going to solve the problem. Making that work faster might not be the solution. And it might even be our responsibility to try to disrupt that. And part of this is that people don't, I think, feel like yet that a web app or a computer is going to equal better income, better housing, more stable housing, a safer neighborhood, or safer streets even. They don't see that connection between a computer or a website and those things. And it's because they're rushing. It's not going to do that. It's going to be people doing that with each other. And it's the people who get that information and people who give that information that are really going to be collaborating to make something useful happen and maybe change the situations in our communities. And it's going to take collaboration, I think, obviously. And so this is just a really reflective closing as well. That there are a lot of us who think about pie. People who need to see pie. And then people who literally just come. That's us.
That's good.
Thanks.
The page is up on Triangle Open Data Day with links, so I've got the open data portals up there. The links actually to the presentations go to the lightning talks, and I'm going to embed those right into the descriptions of where the people are speaking. So, and then any other information people want to send me, yeah, email me. The email on that same links page. So let's go.
Hi there, my name is Chris Matthews. I'm one of the brigade captains for Cook Raleigh, and I'm talking about why making restaurant inspections smarter. I work for Wake County. I'm the senior DBA out there. I've been there for about 13 years. I'm also a code for Raleigh captain, and I'm a student at Wake Tech learning business and data analytics. So that's why that's one of the things. But why do we need to make restaurant inspections smarter? The problem my boss came to me. You probably saw where Chipotle, people were getting sick there. Well, why didn't the inspectors find that sooner? Why are people still getting sick month after month after month? The main problem with that was the inspectors didn't know to go out there and start looking at Chipotle, because Chipotle, for that company and a lot of other companies, use commissary type kitchens where it's centrally located, and then the food is shipped pre-prepared to the restaurants in the largest part. So those type of things only happen like once a year where those restaurants get inspected. So if they were actually being able to go out there and find that there were people reporting they were getting sick to their friends or anything along those lines, they could go out there and start doing that type of inspections proactively instead of on a regular schedule. So that's what the idea is. Using other sources other than just a regular schedule, because Wake County, Durham County, the inspectors are really, really efficient doing what they do, but they're doing what they've always done, and that's work on a schedule. So we went out there and looked sort of what other places were doing. One of them was Chicago, and Chicago did an app called Foodborne Chicago, where they actually went out there and they started mining Twitter data. And the Twitter data out there was actually telling them, the people were sending out things saying, I went out to Chipotle, I was getting sick. So they were able to go out there and they were then able to find those people, either reply to those tweets and say, hey, we saw where you said you got sick out of Chipotle. Why don't you tell us about that? People were able to come back to the city of Chicago, tell them what the thing is. Chicago was able to go out there and then proactively start looking at those restaurants out of cycle. So they weren't waiting until, this fall when they were supposed to go out there. They would go out there and doing that now. So that was one of the things that Chicago did. Chicago also started looking at using data science, and that's one of the things I'm learning, is they started looking at using other sources. They looked at permit data, they looked at crime data, weather data. All of these things can contribute to a restaurant used to be a very good, safe place to eat at, but because of changes in data, the change in management, change in owner, a hot streak, a hot spell, the restaurant all of a sudden isn't quite as safe to go to. So they pulled together a whole bunch of different data sets, also such things as, nearby burglaries, high temperatures, type of facilities, garbage and sanitation complaints, those type of things. And they were able to actually make a marked improvement in finding critical violations. That is, violations that are likely to make someone sick based on not following the standards they're supposed to follow. When I say a critical standard, something along the lines of touching raw food where you've been preparing other types of food. Not things along the lines of you didn't have your score posted in the correct manner, or that type of thing, or you had no one on site who was actually trained in these types of processes. Those are violations, and they look at those. But those aren't the same level of violations. Those that actually affect food quality and food safety. So they wanted to find those types of violations. So we started looking at that, and we started looking where else can we find that type of data. And so we started looking, and one of the things we had done, and this is something New York has done as well, is we started sharing our data with Yelp. So we thought, well, what about that? Could we actually use the information from Yelp? Because people are much more social. They're more likely to share these experiences with their friends, with their community, that way than they are to come back to the government and share that data back with us. So we started looking at that, and we were able to actually pull down some data from New York City, and they had done these type of things, and they actually found incidents of foodborne illness based on their Yelp scores and what their different reviews were done. So you can actually see where these type of, this data was actually showing that restaurants that were showing reviews that had foodborne illness mentioned were actually becoming lower, were scored lower than restaurants that weren't. And restaurants that were scored A based on the restaurant grade that we would give them actually had a different type of profile within Yelp as far as what the type of reviews looked like. So we did that with New York City data because we were able to get that through an academic data set that Yelp provides. We also looked at getting some, because we are partnering with Yelp, we looked at getting some of those data that we've done through our Lives package. And we've got our restaurant inspection data. We've got some Yelp reviews. I've got about 4,000 Yelp reviews out there that are for the city of Raleigh, that have the Raleigh, the text and everything going on. We're able to recreate that same type of data set. And what we found is, for the city of, in the county, Wake County, we're doing a much better job than the New York City was doing as far as finding critical violations, or people reporting those violations through social media. So you can see that we kind of have the same type of pattern, but we don't really have the tendency to show foodborne illness the same way New York City was showing them. So we were there, but some of the things I found is it wasn't quite as conclusive as the New York City data was as the Wake County data. So we need to go start looking and doing some more stuff, more investigation. Additionally, we see the restaurants, it's only a suggestion, it's only the beginning of something. I started doing this in December while I was on Christmas break. I started looking at this data. Where we just, just that type of boss comes to me and says, look at this. And so I start to do it as I was able to find it. But I'd actually like to talk to you guys about what else can we do as a group, as a community, what can we do? So just like to talk about that. That's basically where I want to continue talking about what to do. Find me over here. I'm usually going to be wandering around. I've got beads on. I'll be out front with my water to talk about. That's about it. Thank you. And
Hi, everyone. My name is Ian Mance. I'm an attorney at the Southern Coalition for Social Justice, which is a civil rights nonprofit law firm in Durham. And this is Colin Copeland. He was the lead developer on this project and is the CTO at Cactus Group. The project we're here to talk about today is called Open Data Policing. It's a live website you can pull up right now. The URL is opendatapolicing.nc.com. And this is the first of what we hope will be many sites for many states that visualizes and publishes traffic stop data, search data, use of force data. And North Carolina is the first state to have this technology available. And part of that is owed to the fact that we were the first state in the country back in 1999 to pass a law mandating the collection of demographic data for traffic stops. And just very recently, in the last year, kind of post-Ferguson, the White House convened a task force, the President's 21st Century Task Force on Policing, which was made up of policy experts across the country. And one of the 6 pillars of their report, one of their principal recommendations, is that police departments nationwide start collecting this demographic data as is done in North Carolina and reporting it. So we are kind of ahead of the curve here in North Carolina, but there's a lot of reason to think that the technology that we're about to show will be the new norm.
All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the site and then pass it back to Ian to talk about how can we use. So yeah, what do we have? We have a statewide data set. Legislation was passed essentially collected in North Carolina. So we have all state and county agencies, and then police departments that meet a certain population threshold. There are 100 counties in North Carolina with 311 agencies in the data set. So State Highway Patrol, Fulton County Police, or the Sheriff, the UNC Chapman Police Department. We have over 18 million stops with State Highway Patrol making up almost half of that data. Here's a quick high-level schema of the data. We have stops, people, searches, and contraband, and use of force. But basically stops, we have the agency and an anonymized officer ID, the date the stop happened, the purpose and action taken, any related people, so that the passenger and the driver and the information. And then if a search was performed, the search. So what do we do with that? We built this website, OpenDataPolicing.nc, and it has 3 primary features. There's an agency dashboard, which has a series of graphs over time split out by race and ethnicity. There, you can drill down to a particular officer for the same set of graphs. You can go down to a particular officer, and then you have a search feature that allows you to search for a stop. It was entirely volunteer effort. The other 2 developers here are in the Dylan, who we'd love to have. And the code is all open source on GitHub. And if you're interested in helping out, you can come to the site.
So we're just going to show a few pages. There's longer talks online if you're interested in learning about the various features and the way this data is being used in the real world. But just to kind of show you what the site is about, and I'll just say a few things kind of as we go through. So Greensboro, we got Greensboro pulled up. Greensboro was recently the subject of a front page New York Times article. Some of you might have seen just in the last couple months pertaining to their stop data. So as you can see, this graph right here that Colin's got pulled up visualizes all traffic stops by the Greensboro Police Department since 2002. The blue line represents black drivers. The green line represents white drivers. And as you can see, it's been trending towards more stops of black drivers in recent years. And of course, if you know about Greensboro, Greensboro is not a majority black city. And so these numbers were some cause for alarm. And in fact, after this data that we're about to show you came to light, actually, let's scroll down a little bit before I get ahead of myself. So just go up real quick. We track the departmental search rate, so it breaks down by race, and then the black line represents all drivers. So it allows you to kind of visualize and get a sense of how different communities are being policed and to make interjurisdictional comparisons. And it's really interesting the things you'll learn. I mean, some departments search 1% of drivers that they stop, and then you will have police departments that will search 20% of drivers they stop. And often these departments don't communicate, so they don't realize kind of the disparity in the policing behavior. You scroll down, this just visualizes the search data. We have all the raw data behind each graph. If you click the data tab, it'll give you the raw numbers of stops. And then if you scroll down, this particular feature visualizes the relative likelihood of a search occurring between racial groups. So you can tab back and forth, between Asian versus white, Native American versus white. But right now we have black versus white. And if you'll see, for vehicle regulatory violations, for example, historically in Greensboro in the last 15 years, a black driver who is stopped for a regulatory violation was 103% more likely to have their car searched than a white driver stopped for the same purpose. That was brought to the attention of the city council in the Times article. And as soon as city council saw that data, they immediately called the police chief in. He said he wasn't aware of the extent of this disparities, and he immediately ordered a stop or a ban of vehicle regulatory stops until they can figure out why they have 103% racial disparity. So that just kind of illustrates the sort of real world policy implications. And if you scroll down even more, we've got the contraband hit rate. So what you see is historically, black drivers were actually found in contraband at lower rates than white drivers. And then if you scroll down further, this is use of force reports, blue lines representing black drivers, and as you can see, there's some disproportionality there as well. So that's the department level feature. The separate set of feature, and we really built this site, I should say, for three principal groups. One is policymakers and community groups that might be interested in pushing policymakers to give them access to this department level data so that they can have these discussions. The second is for police chiefs themselves. And so we want police departments to start using this site as a management tool to start auditing their officers' stop data. And some departments have already embraced this site, already used it. This particular profile, this is, so you can go on to find a stop in the top right corner. If you're a police chief, you know the ID numbers of your officers. There's no names in the site. But if you know who Officer 2089 is, this is a real world example of an officer who in Orange County, whose entire team was shut down because the data showed that they were targeting Hispanic drivers. It's a county that's 6 or 7% Hispanic. And if you scroll down, Colin, you'll see that for 3 consecutive years, this officer was searching more Hispanics than non-Hispanics in a county with very few Hispanics. And actually, this officer had a number of cases thrown out of court. This unit was disbanded when this data came to light. And so, we made the case to we've been making the case to police chiefs. Wouldn't it be better to know about this before it gets to court, before you start getting cases tossed? Because, eventually it's going to come out. And so what has happened is Fayetteville, Durham, Chapel Hill, a number of cities are now periodically using this site whenever they do their annual performance reviews to kind of see, well, how often are, the chiefs know the demographics of the neighborhood and the beat to which officers are assigned, and so they can compare these numbers to see if they are what they should be. And the last feature is for motorists themselves. So if you were stopped and you want to learn more about the officer that stopped you because you suspect that you might have been stopped for an improper reason, you can go to the Find a Stop page. You can enter in your demographic characteristics. You don't know the officer's ID number, but you know who stopped you. You know your race, age, the reason that you were given or stopped. You can hit the search feature and it'll populate this list, and then you can find your stop. So your name, the officer's name, no one's name is on the site, but you know that's you. And then you can click that hyperlink, and that will populate a page for the officer who stopped you. So you'll now have a sense of that officer's career, stop, search, and use of force history. So those are I think we're probably about up with our time, but we appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Anybody want to get
You see? Sure. Other, all right. Exactly. It'll wake people up for 5-6 minutes. Not that they're asleep. Yeah, right. Okay, back there? Yeah, good, thank you. So I'm Jamie Dixon. If you're looking for a birthday, Christmas, bar mitzvah present, highly recommend Mastering.net Machine Learning. Due out at bookstores in the next 2 weeks by Jamie Dixon. Just saying. So this talk is about Wake County voter data and elections. Last year was a non-federal election cycle. The town of Cary had its mayoral and town council elections for some of the slots. A couple of the candidates ran unopposed. One did not. The one who did not was actually quite a race than he was comfortable with. So we went to the Wake County voter data, which most candidates do, and pull down the data. You're welcome to go there and get it yourself. It's an Excel spreadsheet. It's the first thing right here, down on the Wake County voter data. And from there, the candidate had already had a sort of an idea in their head that they were going to sort of segment their voters into 3 groups. People who had first come to their district in before the last election, they were going to get a certain kind of mailer. The second group were people who lived in his or her district for a long period of time, had never voted. They would get probably a different kind of mailer or perhaps no mailer whatsoever, in a way to save some money. Then finally had people who were willing to vote, voted pretty consistently. And remember, this is a non-federal election, so voter turnout in these kind of elections roughly were what, 5%, 6%? So he was in a tight race, so we said, can we do anything else with it? And the answer is, well, yes, we can, and we can talk about it in 5 minutes or less. So what we did is we've done, I thought this would be kind of a cool little experiment to see how well sort of these machine learning as a service providers work. You can go to IBM Watson, you can get SaaSes. This is Microsoft's Azure offering called Azure ML. It's completely free. You don't even need an Azure subscription for the Azure ML component of it. It's drag and drop machine learning. And so I was actually going to do it in front of you, but it takes about 12 minutes while the data load and everything, and the organizers will give you 12 minutes. So what I did is I took the Wake County data and I sucked it on up into Azure ML. That's what's this VRDB. That's what their name is, not mine. If you want to take a look at it real quick, you can see, we can visualize it. I think it's about 30 columns of data, and how many people, registered voters in Wake County? I can't remember the exact number. It'll tell us in a second. There are 656,000 registered voters. And you can see, you can hover over things and do your typical data exploration. So for example, scroll down here. The most common last name is Smith and Williams and Jones, etc. The key thing that we wanted to focus on were obviously folks in his district. And we're looking at both their race, their party, their gender. Would that help us predict voting track records? And then finally, the last several columns, as this thing freaks out on me, is whether they voted or not. So if there's an empty cell, that means they did not vote. If there is a value in there, they either voted in person or from a mail-in or something like that. So far, so good? Yes, Julie? Okay, great. So let's move on. And so there's a couple things, like most data science work is done in the munging, the act shaping of our data. So here we did a project columns so that we said, okay, we don't really care about all the columns that they gave us. We only cared about certain things like their end of year age, their gender, et cetera, et cetera. And then the most important variable we want to predict is the preceding election that was in the off-cycle year. So we're talking about 2015, so 2013, there was an election. It was in October. So that's, again, a very low turnout election. And then let's look at some other elections before then about these different voters. We then said, okay, that's great. We're going to change the column names because stop tweeting me, people, because I don't want to turn on Twitter. We're going to change the column names because they put slashes in it because the people who put out this data set obviously don't do like data analytics. And we changed it to 2008, 2010, 2012 as part of some of our X variables, our dependent variable 2013, what we're going to look at. The cool thing about Azure ML, I'm not sure Watson allows you to do this. You can run R scripts, and so R is really great for data analysis and transformations. So this just takes all those empty cells now turned into an N, and anywhere that they voted, whether it was a B or an O or whatever value Wake County gave, now turned into a Y. And so that's the one line of R code that I did. And why did I do R? Because I'm lazy and it was the easiest way to do it. Finally, we turned some of our data into categorical. Then, as good data scientists, we split our data. Right, we had a holdout set to see if our model was valid or not. Chris Matthews, who's going to Wake Tech in machine learning, will be happy to explain what this is also if I'm not available. There's probably some other data scientists who will be happy to explain this to you. But basically, we split our large data set. And we said, okay, we're trying to predict whether a person voted or not. So that screams logistic regression, right? Yes or no, and the probability of that happening. So we pulled out our two-class logistic regression, we trained our model, then we scored our model, and then we evaluated it. All this is drag and drop. I was going to do it in front of your eyes. It literally took about 15 minutes. When we visualize our model, excuse me, you will see that when you do a logistic regression, we talk about area under the curve, that's sort of whitewashed out, but there's a line from 0, 0 all the way up to 45-degree angles. That's your coin flip. So you obviously want to be further along and have a curve that says, okay, this is better than random that we're predicting. So in this case, I want to say that we're at 85. Yeah, our area under curve is about 84%. So that's pretty good for social science. So we have a really good model predicting based on these variables whether a person was going to vote or not, and then we can devote our energies and actually go door to door on certain people. So you're thinking to yourself, well, that's kind of cool, Jamie. So what is the model really telling us? So let's look at the results. What are the key values for if someone's going to vote or not in an off-cycle October election? And we can come on down here, look at our logistic regression results, and we can look at our feature weights. And the number one is age. And the second one is whether they voted, did not vote. I can tell you the negative. They're most likely not going to vote if they did not vote in the prior elections too, right? In 2010, 2012, which were federal elections. But yeah, age. So you're saying to yourself, well, what are you saying to yourself? So what's the age, right? Yes or no, what's the age of people? So we went over here, we threw another model in, we did a decision tree, right? That screams tree to you, right? So what's the split of the age? And anyone want to guess?
Over 50.
You say over, hold on. Yeah. How much time do I have, Ian? Okay, so Lori said 50. All right, anyone else want to bet Lori? Who? Who's that? What's your name? Nikki? Oh yeah, you're from Durham, right, Nikki? All right, Nikki says 40. Anyone else want to go against Lori? 60. 60, right here. Oh, Rick. I recognize your glasses. All right, so we got 60, Rick, and anyone else was 60? Who said that? All right, so let's go. Lori said 50, Nikki said 40, Rick said 60. So we run the model, and sure enough, when we look at the results, when we visualize it, oh, we did 70% holdout, by the way, or 30% holdout. So there's our one tree that was created. And it's not actually running right now, it's just taking a while to visualize. There's our tree. Ooh, go up here, end of year age. You guys read that? Is that too washed out?
59.5.
59.5. Rick, you win a Open Data Sauce pen and an Open Data Sauce sticker. I'm sure I can get that from Bobby. Thank you very much for playing. So the upshot of this is open data with some free analytics. IBM has a free software. Microsoft Azure ML is free. SAS, I'm sure, has a free offering. I'm not as familiar with their stuff, which Carrie, forgive me. But so if you're interested in a career in data science and you're looking for real practical projects, stuff like this is awesome. Rick Campbell. And so the last thing I'll tell you is if you are interested in open data and getting open data moving, a lot of you are seeing great projects down here. Great way to validate it. We're going to use stories. We're not going to use statistics. You also might want to think about working on campaigns and helping out politicians. This candidate actually supported Lori's efforts for open data. And so I had no problem at all supporting them and doing this kind of work for them. So you might want to think about doing the same. And the data is all there for you and you can have some fun. So thank you for your time.
I gotta find a better pen.
No, it's bad. Bad.
Watch do it over.
Throw them away.
No, this is the only one.
You get what you get.
Yeah.
Working for you? It is working. How are you guys doing? All right. Welcome. I'm Reed Cirosi. I am with Microsoft, and I'm here to tell you about some cool toys. Oh, no! Yes, exactly. Presentation. So, that is wrong. All right. So before I get into the presentation about data-driven government using lightweight tools like Power BI and Excel, at 2 o'clock I'm going to be giving away free access to Azure, Microsoft Office, Power BI through our BizSpark. So come see me at 2 o'clock. We'll have free tools for your PC. So the goal of today's presentation is essentially, let's look at Power BI, let's look at Excel to help government be data-driven. I mean, government's been using Excel. I often say the government runs on Excel, and I think it just got a lot better despite the error you just saw. Now, not every government has a Jamie Dixon or a SAS Institute in their backyard like the town of Cary. So let's look at some opportunities that other cities are using with our tools. So I'm going to switch around a little bit here, and if I don't break anything. So the city of Seattle, they've got real-time motion detectors on one of their toll bridges. And in this dashboard here, what we're looking at, sorry guys. This is a real-time dashboard that's actually tracking essentially cars coming across at what speed. If you flip over to another example here, where now we're looking at New York City's 311 data set. So every time you call in, report a pothole, the light out, this is what the city uses for their executive KPI dashboard, essentially real time, and this allows you to drill in and look at examples. For example, they're able to look at their costs. So the highest cost 311 that comes in is related to street condition, and street condition impacts other costs as other incidents come in this example here. Or let's look at incident types with a tag cloud. So my favorite one is essentially kind of party music. And so how much does the city spend on party music? And it looks like that's not going to work for me either. So moving on here. But back to kind of the presentation in hand. Let's bring it home. Let's look at the town of Cary. Let's look at an open data set like the crash data that we were looking at earlier, right? And so let's just go through a simple ETL process: extract, transform, and load, right? So can I get an extract? Extract. Okay, so let's bring the data down. Town of Cary's got a couple of ways of doing that. You can bring down an Excel file, a CSV, or you can API it, right? API or data, bring it into Excel or into Power BI. But once you bring down data, we all know this is not a criticism of any government, but open data can be messy. So you need a transform. Can I get a transform? Transform. And so transform tools can be expensive, they can be complicated, they can require Jamie Dixon. I like this is saying that. So Excel has a query tool to do lightweight type of transform opportunities. Like for example, in this example, I was able to kind of break out the different kinds of road conditions that an officer puts into the system. But then let's go ahead and bring that data into Power BI and start to play with it a little bit.
So I'm gonna switch back to my browser the best way I can. And now I'm interacting with the town of Cary's open data crash data in Power BI. Now, a couple things come to mind when we start to look at it is when we look at road conditions and we look over time and injury, when I started digging into the data, one thing that I learned was don't drive on the 18th day of the month. The highest incident of data happens then. Another thing I learned is that just because it's wet and it's dark doesn't mean you're going to have an accident. Most accidents happen daylight when it's dry. One factor I thought was interesting is that there's a dark road. I can't even imagine a dark road in the town of Cary. I'm from Cary. It's the most beautiful place. There's lights of LED nature everywhere. All right, so we're gonna keep going. Oh, and then the fourth quarter of the year is historically when all accidents happen. Okay, at the end of the year, people get preoccupied with that. Where do you think the most dangerous, most accidents happen in the town of Cary? On the weekend when you're going to Bed Bath & Beyond and Home Depot, right? So this intersection right here, Dillard and Walnut, right by Crossroads, is where the most accidents happen historically since 2012. Again, I am not a data scientist. I am not a Jamie Dixon. I'm using lightweight Power BI and Excel tools to come to these many conclusions. So let's do a quick video and I'll wrap this up. So let's visualize crash data over time by sum of injury and fatality. So, I've been joking around a lot, but in this video, we're going to see where accidents happen the most that result in injury and fatality. Thanks, guys. And again, this was produced with Excel, like it or not. So come see me at 2 o'clock. I'll onboard you guys. Thanks for your time.
That's the time himself.
So we can self-regulate?
I'll be the host of it.
I'm gonna help myself get this situation. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay, yeah, my name is Ian Slade. That's more details. The app that was referenced earlier as the featured app called Wasteline. These are my details. So I did that as part of Code for Cary. I also volunteered for the town of Cary on the ISAD, and I work for one of our sponsors. I did do that app.
Mike.
Oh, I saw it.
Give yourself 20 seconds as a brief.
Oh, yeah. I'll see if I can. Okay, does that make a difference? Too low. Oh. Say something. Okay. So, I want to talk about, the rationale behind it. That's, well, I'll show it, actually, because I do have to show it, and then I'll have to explain. In the town of Cary, we have, and this may be the same for other municipalities, I don't quite know. Schedules for trash and recycling pickup. So you have your schedule, which gives you the days of the week in which it gets picked up, and then your cycle in terms of whether that week is recycling, because recycling is 7 weekly, and garbage is every week. So what happens, and I was discussing this with Robert, you see in your neighborhoods that, is today was more of a 2-bin day, and you can't remember, and you try and judge by the volume in your recycling bin. And if you just had a holiday or something like that, it's going to be misleading. And so you look at your neighbors, and if that one neighbor gets it wrong, they screw it up for everybody else. So it can either lead you to not bring it out when you need to, that's the worst one. And we have a neighbor across the street who, once a month, maybe more than that, this is his house, and he's got about 4 minutes before it hits the end of the cul-de-sac and comes back. So he goes outside and drags it across the street and puts stuff up on our yard. So we don't have that option. So I want to see if this works. I've checked it with my address. I can just put 101 as an anonymized. If anyone within the town of Cary wants to give their street name, we'll see if this is correct.
Mine's not correct. 107 George.
I put in a stupid holiday. It's not a real federal holiday, but to show the other thing that happens. So the thing that people need to be reminded of is that that if there's, let's say, if there were a holiday on the Friday, your day gets brought forward, which is an issue because it's people forget, especially people always forget. So that, and the idea for this app is to extend it with reminders, with Twilio and things like that, so people can get alerts. I know Robert wants to alert your son to do it.
Yes.
By SMS.
Yes.
So just a quick reflecting back on, this was the first one. And this is where we're looking at the data sets that Lori showed this kind of thing, that the town of Cary provided, which were like this, download CSV files. So it wasn't really a portal. This is just me and me a few months ago happened. So I continued to hack away at Code Cary and hackathons like this one. Actually, I'm in that picture. The big guy down the corner, John Anderson. John, where are you? He's here somewhere right now. But the data that drives this, there's something called these pub files. And we featured it at that first Cary of the data. These GIS data files. And I'll go to where it was earlier. Oh, it's FTP.
I learned when I click the laptop, you can get jumped off the guest network.
Well, no, I've been to it earlier. So this Cary root collection boundary does it. It looks like, hey, that's the file. That's what I need. But when I looked at it, so let me go actually to that file, which is a CSV file. It doesn't actually have the boundaries. It has like the names of the boundaries, but not the geographic data. And Robert knew that, I didn't. I looked at it, I was like, hey, look, it's being updated all the time. Look, they just updated it in November. We can use that, and we couldn't. So Robert went ahead and we started, we said talking trash. So we had this, yeah, So you got the data which actually had the boundaries we could map, and we thought we'd go ahead and use that, and we never got around to it. That was going to be one of our apps out of the care, but we never got to it. But then the issue of saving money came up. And if I can find where we have it somewhere, that's Susan Moran, the public information officer at the town here. Said that a lot of money goes to this, or is being wasted on this. So I'm now in my first year as a member of the Information Services Advisory Board. I was there, and I heard that, and so that became the impetus. Like, maybe we should actually go back and do that thing. And the other good thing about revisiting it here was I constructed this portal query against so here's the data now in OpenDataSoft. And I don't know, you said there was improved geographic querying. This data set has the boundaries, it has the geographic shape. And very precise, it's like huge, it's all these points. And I was able to query it. So when I look up Lori's address, I geocode that to a lat long, and I can query this data set with a lat long, and it just comes back and says, it's contained within this boundary. So it gives me, so that's how it knows it's blue, whatever. It's actually, I'm not hosting the data. I haven't downloaded the CSV and brought it into my own data store. I'm just issuing an API call. I did have to proxy it to credentials, but now that's, boom, I can go directly into that. So that's just a great feature of what the OpenDataSoft provides us in the portal to make this happen. And then I just quickly want to mention, I said, I keep going to these hackathons, and I knew Nicole was going to focus on telling stories. And I don't mean to be disparaging, but that's the quote. I went to this Uber's hackathon last weekend in Washington, D.C., and they have these little, they call them vignettes, where they describe a person who has a problem that is solved by the app that you create. So this would be, Robert, takes his trash out on the wrong day, or this is the holiday, or this is recycling week, and is getting confused and his son isn't doing it right, and things of that nature. So that's what, that's the story, and that's a way to present something that you can solve with a vignette. And the last thing I want to do is take this viral, because it saves money, but it doesn't save any money. People don't get it and use it and know about it. So that's something I really need help with, is making this discoverable and making this available. Thank you.
No, it's just Hey everyone. I'm Mel. I just moved to Carver from Washington, D.C. I don't know what in the subject tech community, so I'm really excited to be here. Now you're here. I actually worked in public media for about a decade, so I used to direct Wait Wait Don't Tell Me, and I was a producer of Fresh Air with Terry Gross. And I joined the federal government like a year ago, so I can talk about that. You can see all the I should tell you that everything I'm going to say is on my GitHub page, and all of my slides are up. I like to do that in case English is not your first language or you're hard of hearing. So if you go to this little URL, all of the URLs that I'm going to mention are there, so you can take that with you. So I work at a place called H&M. It's in the federal government. Has anyone heard of it? Show of hands. Wow, that's a lot more than we typically get. There are 3 of us in the triangle who work for HNF. It's a completely distributed team, and we're hiring, so I can tell you more about that at the end. But basically, we're like a civic consultancy tech shop in the federal government. So
We fix federal government websites, we help agencies open up their data. We do a lot of cultural change, so explain to people why it's important to open up their data. I would say that we're kind of like in-house consultants in the sense that agencies pay us to do work for them. So we operate at cost neutral. No one in the taxpayers are paying for us for the agency budgets. We live within the GSA, which is the General Services Administration, which is actually an agency I had never heard of before during the federal government. But we basically work with agencies to build and buy digital services that result in savings for we have 3 things that we adhere to when we build stuff. We're human-centered design, so we do a lot of user research ahead of time, and we design things for people and with people. We also operate iteratively, so we operate in 2-week cycles. We release code all the time, and we build everything in the open. So all of our code is up on GitHub. We have an open source policy that we actually forked from the CIPD, which anybody can use in this room, and everything we do is online. I'm going to tell you about a couple of projects we work on, and then I'm going to specifically talk about what I do, which is basically like if you build something and no one knows about it, what's the point? So I bridge that connection between what we're building and telling the public about it, and we're implementing all sorts of strategies to do that. So this is a project that we worked on with the Department of Education. It's called College Scorecard, and basically we released a lot of data and cleaned it up and made it so you can search for colleges and determine like what percentage of people graduate in 5 years, or what the average salary is when people graduate. What the government is not allowed to do is say like this college is better than this college. But what we can do is clean up the data, put it very nicely online, and allow the New York Times to do that, which they did. This is a site called beta.fec.gov. The Federal Election Commission has a lot of data about money that is spent during general elections. This is something that should interest everybody in the room. It's an election year. We worked with them to create an API, get the data, cleaned it up. We actually used as our user testers political journalists in DC. So we reached out to NPR, we reached out to the New York Times. We said to journalists, what would be the best thing that you could get from us to write better stories? They told us, we designed a website. You can go here, again, all of this is public. And this is my favorite because I think it's one that people in the room can use. If you go to analytics.usa.gov, you can see how many people are on federal government websites at any given time. That's really cool. It's cool because we also monitor things like what browsers they're using. Why is that important? Maybe you deprecate an old version of IE if no one is going to your website that's using that browser. We learned through this that a lot of people go to like the Department of Veteran Affairs on desktops using very antiquated browsers. That's helpful for us to know. It also helps us go to agencies and say, you know what, your website needs to be responsive. Most of your traffic is coming in through mobile. Here's the coolest part. This is the City of Philadelphia's version. All of our code is open. The City of Boulder has adapted this, the City of Philly, the State of Tennessee. I spoke to the State of North Carolina's digital services team. They're working on this. Any city, town can use this as long as you use Google Analytics. Take our code, like there's no reason to build this from scratch. We're also working now on this thing called the micro purchase platform, which, how many people in the room, like hobby federal acquisitions? Anyone? Anyone in procurement? These were terms that I had never really heard in public media, very big in the government. We're developing a platform where people can bid to contribute to open source projects. So we're trying to get new small businesses involved in our open source software, thinking like us, working on our code and bidding, so they're actually making money from doing this. This, I think, is like the future of federal acquisitions, and it's extremely interesting. We put up different things that we need help with. People bid on to help us, and then we pay them for doing so. So it's a way to involve the community and not make everyone work for free. There are a lot of issues with asking people to contribute and not pay them for their time. So we're working on that. Why is it important to work in the open? I work with a lot of federal agencies who are very ambivalent about doing what we do. We tell them it's good for security. If you're working in the open from day one, you have to make sure that you're not putting personal identifiable information online. So the code that we put on GitHub doesn't have that. When you're working, it doesn't mean that you can, it means putting your code up but not your personal or private information. It's good for transparency. We have everything that we do online. It's also much easier to ask for help
when you're showing from day one that you're operating in the open. If you would like to start this, or if you would like to approach someone to start this, I always recommend that you start extremely small. If you go to a local city or town and you say, hey, we can take this data and we're going to take a weekend and prototype something for you, and then you show it to them, show, don't tell, that's always very, very helpful. And think of the people that you're working with as partners. That's kind of a culturally specific thing, but you don't want to talk down to people, you don't want to, tech people, have a certain skill set. People who have worked in city government for 30 years have a different skill set, and both sides bring something to the table. I'm also very, very big on not just talking about code when we do these things. A lot of people in the room are coders or designers, and that's great, but a lot of us need documentation help, and that's something that we can ask for. That's something we can ask for people who are English majors, as I was, and people who are not coders, as I am. But there are ways to specifically ask for help and make sure you're tagging your issues on GitHub with those specific types of help that you're looking for. If you build the greatest open source project in the world and no one can find it, what's the point? One of the ways that you can help people find your project is to improve your documentation. So this is 18F, this is where I work. We're actually spread all across the United States. There are about 170 of us. We're in all 4 time zones. Most of the people that I work with are on the West Coast right now. It's really great. I never expected to love working in the federal government or even saw it as an option for myself. But I really, really enjoy it, and I love the work that I'm doing, and I feel like it's very mission driven, and I like that I continue to stay in the public sector. I also really care about making my workplace look more like America. And that is diversity in every sense of the word, and I'm on a team that's really working hard on that. So if you're interested in any of these topics, please come and find me. I spent 3 months this past year at Harvard doing a research project on how you can build community with people who might not be able to contribute money on your projects, but contribute time. I was looking specifically at public media, but there's a lot of ways that the civic tech community can start to work with public media stations or libraries to further what you're doing. Those are people who work in sectors who care about the same issues you do and have a different reach and audience. So this is how you would join 18F. This is how you would contact me. Again, everything's up on my GitHub. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yes, the link to this presentation is in the trilovedata.org. Yep.
Yeah, and I tweeted it out like 20 times. Thank you. Maybe got 2. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you.
Does anybody have the Apple adapter for VGA? Yes. Well, we have one up here. It has an open data soft sticker on it.
No, we're on VGA.
Yes, I know.
We have an HDMI one. I'm gonna be going.
HDMI? No. I gotta say, this interface is really pretty. It just doesn't work. It's Wait, don't tell me.
Survey says.
Sometimes it takes a path. Not heavy switching. See if we get it on the I know, but it's not the same. So just.
Oh, I can't get my concentration back. But it's like,
We talked about let's.
yeah, so I guess I can start while my computer is restarting. It's not real happy. Which means that I rearranged the slides, but of course it's not going to take it down.
One point to make is that Amy has traveled all the way from DC. And now, when did you move up there?
September.
So you left the area and you came back to participate in this event. Although there's a big one going on in DC.
Yay! Woo! I always seem to need tech support, and I don't know why. It happens everywhere I go, unfortunately. So I'm gonna go through some of this stuff. Okay. So it actually did remember that, you guys hear me? So I've got a lot of pins and stuff on right now, just like a good Fed should. All right, so, oh. What is really going on here?
Should we go?
You need to back up there?
Where did they go? Which one? Yes. Yeah, that's the first screen. Oh, is it?
So is it no, look up with the mouse. Yeah.
It's just not my mouse, it's a mouse.
You need the mouse. So is it, if you move it, is that you? Is that
No,
yours?
that's not me.
You want to see?
Oh, yeah,
Yes, it is.
I don't know.
So maybe it's
Something. Sure.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll go last while we figure this one out. So sorry for whoever's left in the queue, I think it's not this. That's what I love me.
Great.
Okay, I was supposed to be the last one between you and lunch and talking about childhood hunger. But, sorry. Well, I'm really not going to be talking too much about child hunger. I'm really going to be talking about how we're bringing the community to help solve some of the social problems that our community have. And it all started, let me give you a little bit of background, it all started 2 years ago when Amy was here presenting some of the work that she had done before. And I came to my first Open Data Day, and at the time, I didn't know what Open Data was all about. I learned how both government and how civic innovators were using open data to make our lives better. And I thought about, well, what can I do about it and how can I contribute? I am not a web developer. I'm a computer engineer, but that's not the kind of work that I was doing. As a performance engineer, I did predictive analysis and some of the other kind of analytics rather than the visual, the pretty visuals and the pretty websites. So moving forward, I floated the idea around in the data analyst community. Can we get together and do a data for good project like other places in New York, in Chicago, and San Francisco? And people were interested in contributing their skills and also helping, an end user and the community. So I did that analytics forward last year, and then I went to CityCap, and that's where I met the people from United Way. They wanted to bring in a data-driven process for their innovation challenge around childhood hunger. So it all came together, and that's how we started the NC Data for Good. I wanted to have a show of hands of who participated in our first challenge. There you go, 3 hands. Oh, okay. So maybe next time we'll bring them over to Open Data Day next year. That would be the next one. So our mission for our group was to bring together the citizen data scientists, that is, people that have the analysis skills. They may not be developing web apps, they may not be developing other of the pretty things, but they can do the analysis. I believe last year or the year before, Ian Henshaw mentioned that more than 50% of the people that identify themselves as data analysts when they were doing the registration for Open Data Day. So there are a lot of us. I know there are people with skills in GIS and some of the other things. So that would be a good thing to do. So what did we do? We followed the data science process of understanding the problem, and then going into developing and formulating a hypothesis to understand the data, and going all the way back to present the results. And the reason I'm showing this process is the first thing that we needed to do when we worked with the United Way was understand what was their problem, what was it that they wanted us to help them with. For those of us that didn't know anything about childhood hunger before, we needed to understand what was the problem in the community. And the goal for the United Way to bring us in was to bring the awareness and bring the two things, the awareness and the contextual information. Because when they had done their first social innovation challenge, what they found was people didn't really know where the need was. They didn't really know where the resources and the gaps and the priorities. So unless they were actually working with nutrition services, for example, they wanted more than that. Wanted everybody that would participate in the innovation challenge to know about it. That's where we went to work. We collected several data sets, many of them open data sets from the census, the USDA, the education services, We also were able to get from the Translog API where the bus stops are around our area. We scraped the United Way website, and the Food Bank of the Central and Eastern North Carolina contributed some of their data about who their partners are and who they work with in terms of food pantries. And we also got information from the UNC School of Government on where the summer feeding sites are around the area. We have most of this data out in the website, ncdataforgood.github.io, and so you can find that and use it. So we got to work after understanding what was the goal. Again, what we were putting together were tools for people that were not data analysts to better understand what was the problem, where's the need, where's the need, and where are the gaps in the different resources. So the need, 1 in 5 children in our area, we were looking at 4 different counties in our area, 1 in 5 children are in poverty. So if you look at the dots in the middle for Raleigh, anything that's darker than the dots for Raleigh is 1 in 5, that's 20% or more are in poverty. So what stands out is some of the areas at the bottom where is Johnston County, that is 60 to 80%. Now, 1 in 5 children in poverty in Raleigh translates to more than 20,000 children. So something to think about when you're developing a program and when you're putting together something to solve this problem is, translate that from percentages also how many people are affected. We looked at demographics also with the distribution for the census tract. And here, each one of the census tracts is around 5,000, represents around 5,000 people. And the darker areas represent 1,000 children. Those smaller census tracts are living under poverty. So we put together these interactive maps on the web. They are HTML based, it's nothing fancy, but you can click on the different areas and see what's the data behind it. One of the groups that were working in our event put together a web map and web app application for food exploration. And this one is based on the school. So if you know the school, if you want to do a program based on the school, you go there and look at the school and see all of the resources that are around that area. And with some statistics also about how many children are in the food and free and reduced lunch programs. So those were covering where is the need. The next step was where are the gaps. So we looked at gaps between where are the food pantries and where are the public transportation bus stops. In Durham, 95% of the pantries are within a mile of a bus stop, but it's only about 50% for Wake County. If you look at Johnston County, they do not have any public transportation, so it's 0. More about the gaps. If you look at one of the groups, it identified 5 areas where the SNAP recipients were farther away from the food pantries. And if you look at the summer feeding sites and where they are located with respect to the schools, there is infrastructure for putting together more feeding sites, but not enough feeding sites. And the last group also presented that Johnston County has the capacity to feed a lot of fresh food because they have that farmland, but there's not enough farmers markets. So I presented this at the Innovation Challenge at the kickoff and also did a deep dive and the value of the program was that they really understood what was the problem. I really appreciate all of the volunteers, and the main reason I'm here today is to encourage all of you to use your skills to help with the data in your community. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna give it another try. Fingers crossed. So I just want to ask a quick question. How many of you guys have heard of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration? Woo! This is the best result I've ever gotten in a presentation, which is fantastic. Because I usually have to ask who's, checked the weather on their mobile phone today, and remind them that all of that information comes from NOAA. So I'm Amy Gaskins, obviously from NOAA. Oh my God, whatever I want to do, okay. Woo! So please don't take this as a sign of my technological prowess. So I'm the director for a project called the Big Data Project. It's sort of a misnomer, but we do deal with big data, and we're putting it out in the cloud for public consumption. So this is all of NOAA's weather and atmospheric and oceanic data, which is pretty cool. So environmental. So this is my contact information, just like everyone else. I'll have it again at the end. So I actually moved to DC about 4 months ago, and I just onboarded as a federal employee 1 month ago. I'm a member of the Senior Executive Service, so I don't have to deal with a lot of the BS that goes on in the agency, which is nice. There aren't very many of us in the federal government, so it's good. So this was the question of why start now with a project like this at NOAA. So when we look at our archive of data, right now NOAA is currently storing about 120 petabytes of data from all of our scientific instrumentation and research. So we run satellites and ships and all sorts of stuff, and I'll show some of that later. But this is just expanding exponentially, and as we launch new satellites and new sensors, this is just going to continue to grow. And we're estimating by 2020 that the archive is going to expand to 160 petabytes, which is just incredible. So what we're looking at is what we call partnership model. So we're working with these cloud providers. We're working at Amazon, Microsoft, Google, IBM, and the Open Commons Consortium to start moving out NOAA data from public consumption, and really so people can access the entire historical archive of our data, and then use a market to represent what the industry wants. So if you look at the top, those are the types of industries that are interested in our data from the private sector. And then we also want to increase the reach of NOAA data and free up NOAA personnel from having to do repeated extracts out of our archive. So this is some of the types of NOAA data. Since you guys are pretty familiar, we're not just weather, and that's what I always want to tell people, is we've got everything, from maps to, marine surface data and all sorts of cool stuff. I don't know if anybody see the little octopus on the bottom of the floor, the little ghost octopus that was found the other day? NOAA. So here's some of the data that you might be interested in. One is our NexRad. It's the next generation Doppler radar. So if you see it on TV, like the Doppler 10 million XLT, Doppler radar from NOAA, covers most of the United States. We just moved it out. It's about 300 terabytes of our archive data from June 91 to the present. It's currently available on AWS publicly, and will be shortly available on some of the others. So the NexRad Doppler radar shows precipitation, atmospheric movement, which also known as wind. Tornado visualization, so this is one, pretty cool. You can actually see how a tornado moves in really high resolution. Cold fronts, thunderstorms, rainfall, things like that. So in the vein of telling stories, I wasn't going to add this, but I am now. This is one of our best use cases from the Climate Corporation, which does agricultural insurance. And they used to pull data from our archive to run their weather models for risk. And this is the methodology that they would use. They would pull the data they would request the data from the archive, they would put it in their own simple storage bucket on AWS, and then they would, validate it, and then compute on it, launch it, recompute, and get their models. So they were one of the first to pilot with the NexRad data on AWS, and this is what their process looks like now. Really, they just go to the NexRad bucket on Amazon Web Services, pull the data straight to their EC2 instance, and compute it. So what that means is that this process used to take them about 4 weeks. Now it takes them about 1 to 2. So it saves them a lot of time and a lot of money. And they can also compute on the entire archive of the data rather than slices of it. So it makes their forecasting models more accurate. And then it obviously reduces their cost. And one of the things was they found some corrupted files from our archive, so it actually improved NOAA's data. Because we wanted to make sure whether or not the files were being corrupted in transmission or whether it was a problem with the archive. And we determined it was a very small percent, like 0.1%. But we were able to identify those corrupted files and fix the archive, which makes it better for everybody. So another cool instrument is VIIRS. It's an infrared satellite. It covers the entire globe every 14 hours, which is pretty cool. You can look at wildfires. This is an example from California. Drought, vegetation, ocean temperature. This is another, you've probably seen this, not knowing that it came from us and from NASA. NASA takes a lot of the credit for this stuff. And so we call this the nighttime lights. So this is a proxy for economic activity, which is pretty cool. So you can tell, how cities are changing. You look at blackouts, things like that, for where populations are growing. It's a great economic proxy indicator. And so, I'm doing good on time. So the IOOS is the Integrated Ocean Observing System, and this is over 10,000 oceanographic data sets. So NOAA has about 65,000 different data sets in its archive, which is crazy. But this includes like buoys out in the ocean, hanging out, radar, water level gauges, so like in streams to detect flooding and prepare for that. So your cities that are putting in culverts, they're looking at stream gauges. So when rainfall comes in, they can adequately get it off the road. Gliders, my favorite, which is animal telemetry, where we stick little hats on seals. I've been promising people that I was going to put a picture in the stack for a long time, and this is the first time I've done it. Because they're so cute. But, so, and don't worry, it doesn't hurt them, and they're just like epoxy on their head. And we can see like how deep they got for fish, it looks at predator-prey relationships, things like that. So, yeah, they're really cute. But that's some of the stuff that we do that a lot of people don't know about. So I'll give you my contact information again. If you have questions, usually this presentation is much longer, like somewhere in the range of like 40 minutes. So you guys just got the really condensed version. But if you have questions about NOAA, ping me. And thank you guys. It's great to come back and see you. Seeing this kind of civic engagement at the local level is amazing. Because sometimes the federal government thinks it knows it all. And I know that's not true. We have a lot of great scientists and stuff like that at NOAA, but it's great to see the citizen science that's going on here. Thanks again.
All right, those were all great presentations. Let's give another round of applause to Paul. Thank you for running a great session and putting together a great lineup of speakers. Round of applause for Keith. And Amy, I will say welcome back as well. Amy was with MetLife 2 years ago, sponsored Triangle of Data. So thank you very much for that. And thank you for coming videos today. We're going to break for 15 minutes. There's lunch out in the hall where the bagels and stuff were. Now, so we're going to break 15 minutes, and after that, we'll come back in here, or we're going to have a presentation by the Waste Tech Business Analytics School about some of the stuff they're working on, and they said they will keep that about 30 minutes, I guess, not an hour, so we can get back on schedule. The food, the first food you come to will be gluten-free, and then you've got all the normal sandwiches, and at the end is the vegetarian, right before the tea. So grab that, it's all boxes, so you can grab it real quick and come right back inside.
Are you saw it?
Yes.
Yeah, so
No, just hit connect. It should go up the screen to the web graphics. It should pop up the screen. But you don't have to.
But I thought you why is it to?
No, you just have to accept the screen.
I was just trying to find a link where you have some pictures of fun, and I was gonna add it. I'll do that. I'll do that. We have all, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we should like.
So we'll start.
We'll say 1:30, right? If you want to 25.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spend that for a lot.
Yeah, right?
It's really easy now.
Pandemonium.
Yeah.
But good.
The other end.
I'm glad I did Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're gonna have everybody stand up.
What?
You're okay with that?
Yeah, yeah.
Those are I'm just gonna scan the subscription. No, I'm not gonna go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's right. It's not. So it's starting to.
So, but I think I just mentioned it briefly, then you go into more detail, so we'll just like that. Yeah. I just show them right now.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Especially if. Really enjoy good stuff. All right.
What's that? Super well, because go ahead and look at this. That's your basis. That sounds like a basis of the. Like you do your, oh, the Budweiser is the 24 pack. For $1.99. Although I do have ideas for next year. You're gonna have to. But I also want to leaders so that you can do a screen capture. Sort of like yeah, that way. So don't worry, it's not like this. Well, reasoning. Should look at but they really cool. I learned about it at the Longer University. Yeah. It's just to the point where they have overlay. Here's there, you can actually like circle them. It'll show you. Or their site. I think they have a link to this is how they do it. That'd be really nice. How it works. Just upgrade my desktop. But it's yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
There you are. There I am. Your parents. You can put me in a job.
Just multiple distribution methods.
Exactly, multiple media outlets. It's like having WRAL, whatever. We'll actually put us right back in. It's good, I think I have. Oh, I see.
Okay, so when we get
Good, how are you doing? Good.
Oh, yeah. Not everyone is. But then sometimes
Are they operating against the programs towards the end of the month? Is it working? Yeah.
So did I hear you say that you have an instance of City Group running? Now, is that the one that's not? Occasionally over. But it's not. Like you haven't got it actually supporting real use. Still being the idea is, I would love to access this. We could put some things. Well, yeah, I could. Does it actually send things out? I haven't set that up yet.
All right, we can get everybody to pause their conversations just briefly. We're going to start with the lunch presentation from Wake Tech Business Analytics. And Tanya Scott is here to represent that program, and Alice and Shonda ready. So with that.
Thank you, Ian. So I'd like to thank Ian as well as Chris for inviting us to this great event. We're really happy to be here. We're going to talk a little bit about our program and what some of our students are doing. In the interest of time, we've cut it down to 30 minutes, and we're going to present them, but we're going to highlight a couple of our students who are in the audience so that you can get to the great work that you're here to do today. So I'm Tanya Scott. I'm the director of the Business Analytics Curriculum Program at the college. And this is, I'm also the Associate Dean of the Business and Public Services Technology Division. We serve about 6,000 students per semester just in that division alone at Wake Tech. And this is Dr. Manji Shah. She's our lead instructor of the program. So just a little bit about Wake Tech, if you don't know who we are. We're actually the largest community college in North Carolina. We serve 70,000 students per year. So we're huge. About half of that is curriculum students. Right now we are serving an ever-growing county population, as we've heard repeatedly today. We're about 52 years old now, so we've been here a little while. Part of the genesis of the actual program, by the way, we're the only associate degree in analytics in the country. We've been so for the last 3 years or so. We started in January of 2013. I just realized it's tracking me, so I'm going to stay in one spot. And so we received a $2.9 million grant to help launch our program from the DOL. It was part of a program that they were launching to help retrain America as we saw a shift in our trades across the country. So we received the grant in October of 2012. It's nearing its expiry date now. And the emphasis was on employability in analytics field, which, as you know, is growing on a daily basis. So really quickly, I'm going to give you just an overview of the program so you can understand it a little bit. It is an associate degree program, which means it's a 2-year undergrad program. It's considered a career program versus a college transfer program. So it's 64 credits to complete the associate degree. We also have 5 certificates within the program, and many choose to just opt into the certificates. We have business intelligence, business analyst, as well as 3 domain certificates. So this is just an overview of the 9 core courses. What our program basically does is take you from DAS 120, which is our intro course. Everybody, regardless of your background, starts in that class. Just to give you an idea of the makeup of our students, the average age is about 45. Almost 90% are currently degree holding, meaning they either have a bachelor's or a master's degree. So you'd be amongst your peers if you decided to join us. And so everybody begins an intro to analytics just to make sure you all start at the same baseline. And then we quickly move through data visualization, Then we get into some analytical programming. We do teach SAS-based programming. Most of our students opt to get certified after they complete these courses. And then we get into predictive modeling. And then we get into some advanced tools. So that's an overview of the program. But we have some students in the audience, if you want to come up. Sure. Come on, Dina. You said you were coming. Where's Sal? Sal's our good speaker. There's Chris. I know he already spoke, but we'll bring him up again. Anybody else? Lockmere? Lockme? All right, Dana. A couple of words about our program.
So I'm into analytics, but this program so far has been very challenging, but yet rewarding. Dr. Shaw is my teacher for 150, and learning test code was a true task, but I've enjoyed it. I got an A in it, yay! So I'm an awesome teacher, and I highly recommend anyone who's interested on this program. It's great. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Keith. I've been a part of the analytics program for about a couple of years now, and I already got my SAS certificate, and I'm a part of the demographic that she just explained earlier. Sorry, I just say topic for my girl. But I mean, I have to admit, it's an amazing program. I've learned an enormous amount, and I plan on getting my associate's degree. I highly recommend it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sal Salvatore. I've been very amazed by the program at WakeTech. I have gotten a number of degrees from very reputable colleges, universities, and best. And I was very pleasantly surprised when I landed at WakeTech. But the wonderful program they have, as you see, some of this is some of the things are very hot. I'm sure you could say I could learn that in Coursera or whatever. Nothing like compared to the quality of the faculty here, and dealing with the hybrid classes and online classes, the flexibility you have. Last year I had a horrific year in terms of people dying and getting sick, and I was able to take out some time, and the professors were very understanding. There's nothing like it for somebody who's professional and very busy. So there's no more I could say as to the quality of the program, the faculty, and the learning. Incredible. If you get a chance, check it out. Thank you for your time.
Hi there, my name is Chris. I've already introduced myself, and I've been in the program for about 9 months now. I just think it's a really wonderful thing. I mean, most of us in here probably know the tools that we're using from SAS or Python or anything like that. What you learn in this program is what makes good analysis. How do you make a change? How do you go from being a tool user to actually making those changes? You learn the business skills and everything along those lines. I couldn't be more happy with what the choices of that taking the classes, and I think everyone here needs to look at it and do it themselves. So
Thank you.
I am Dr. I'm a student of teachers. I was really looking for something to focus on, to learn. I had so many wide range of subjects. I have a lot of knowledge, but minimum. So I wanted to further my knowledge and focus on those things, applications, coding, and then finally I came across this program, and I just love it.
I caught you off guard. I caught him off guard. He walked in and I pointed at him and came down. I was a little nervous.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, and I thought I was just very off, which means directly.
That's all right. We'll get you fixed up.
It means
This is Dr. Tarch. He's actually one of our instructors.
Just say hi.
Hi, this is Yamchindra. I'm working at desk. Also, I'm working with Tanya and Dr. Shah. I think this program is very wonderful because I meet so many different students from different areas. So I love from students also. Each person has their own specific domain area, so they bring their own data. So we work together, we analyze their data problem. So this is like the text data analysis. It's like during last time. Like say many teachers show the very interesting data, then kind of we work there. So it is when already Tanya said 90% is already have the bachelor and master program. So welcome to come and join this program.
Hi everyone, I'm Manjusha. I'm one of the instructors in the program, I guess the associate department head also. And I come to Wake Tech having worked 20 years on data. I was working as an economist, and I spent my entire time basically working on industry level data, whether it's cross countries, within the United States, and so on. And I've loved every bit of what I do in terms of econometrics, in terms of actually looking at finding value in data. So when this program started just 2 years back, I joined the program and I've been teaching ever since. I have to tell you that more than the teaching, this program is about learning, because as an instructor, I'm always learning from the students. The diversity of our students, like Dr. Park said, the domain experience that they bring into the program really helps us learn and try to actually make sure that we are teaching the students the right tools. So what do we teach? The first certificate, and this is something that you can actually get just in one semester, because we teach them in an accelerated format. So you can actually do in 8 weeks, you can do these courses. So the first one is 120, where we do using Excel, and we're basically teaching the core statistical methods. You have to know what hypothesis testing is. You have to know what a t-stat is and so on. So that's what we teach in 120. If you've forgotten it, you remember it. If you don't know it, it's okay, because it's not about formulas. It's about really trying to understand what that measure tells you about the data. We move on to data visualization using Tableau. And Tableau is something we adopted after demands from industry, because it turns out that a lot of companies are now adopting Tableau. So students learn how to visualize data. Our emphasis is not about learning Tableau as much as it is about making sense of data and making sure that your visualization is telling a story. It's not just, I've got a great picture here. It's not about the picture, it's about what the picture reveals. So, and then parallel to the first 2 courses, you can also start with SAS programming, which is covered in 150. And in 150, we really just covered the nitty-gritty of SAS programming. So a lot of students come in with no programming knowledge at all. I have a music major who's never coded before, who writes the best code ever. So I'm always surprised to see how students come in from these completely diverse backgrounds and are able to master coding in such a short time period.
I just forgot to mention we're an open enrollment program, so there's no prereqs to join, so anybody can join our program. I just wanted to make a note of that.
Yeah. And then when we cover 220, 220 is where we actually get into the basics of predictive modeling. And the modeling that we do in 220 is somewhat similar to what statistical modeling you may have done in college or in a master's program, because that is where we're teaching the basics of linear regression, logistic regression. Our goal is not, again, so much about teaching what a logistic regression is. It is about making sure that the model that you use is applicable to your data, and to emphasize the entire process of how you clean data, pre-processing data, and then making sure that you know what you're applying. What are you putting into that Turing machine before you actually generate some results, and to make sense of the results? So as Chris had noted just a little while back, he said, I know all the tools, I know how to program, but I don't know what to do with the data. I don't know whether what I'm doing is right. So this class is really where we start telling students, okay, this is the right method for this problem. That's what. Now, in the second part of the program, we actually get into the more modern data mining methods. And I was teaching that using R. However, if anybody's used R packages, you will realize very quickly that it's wonderful to use if you know it. If you don't know it, it's a nightmare to teach. And students were tripping all the time when they were trying to Google. If you want a simple syntax, you can get lost in the maze of the different packages, and if you don't have the right package, you're not going to be able to go the right way. Python seems to be much more user-friendly. We have introduced Python this term, and it's actually going much better. It doesn't matter, again, if you know Python, you'll pick up R. That's not the point. The point is, again, what are data mining methods? It's really easy now to use software to model data, but do we know what to put in? The scary part about all these programs is that you can generate 10 different models. I've got 90 days, I've got decision trees, I've got logistic regression. And you have students turning up those results very quickly, but do they actually make sense? So what have we put into that Turing machine? Do we understand what we put in? What we get out? Yes, we've got a very high score. We've got, we predicted 80% correctly. But is that right? Have I put in the right variables in? Is that prediction even relevant? So those are the kind of questions that we always steer students towards. You will learn how to model, but you really have to understand what you're modeling, because for students of the skill set that we get, it's not difficult for them to learn the programming part of it. It's much harder. Let's take a real world data set and try to make sense out of it. And what are the steps that you need to go through the process? So we emphasize, we do some canned UCI machine learning library, we use data from there. But after that, we encourage students throughout to bring in their own data and try to make sense of their own data. So by the time they finish, they have a pretty good feel for data analysis, data analytics. I think what my job as instructor is really to emphasize is don't get too confident about it. Know your data. They'll always, all my students will tell me is that, I keep badgering them is like, know what you're putting in, know what you're getting out. So really understanding the modeling process. And then it's not about the jazz. It's not about doing the neural network. It's really about, okay, did I get is there value added to the enterprise from this exercise? So now we're going to show a couple of our student presentations. And I have to tell you, as I said, because we are open enrollment and we get students from all backgrounds and they have the best ideas, I'll just let this show you how our students come up with their own ideas. So this student came up, and this is the student in the first, and she's in the second class of the program. And she decided that she just wanted to present something. She has all the emails dating back to when she started dating her husband. So she just did word counts, and she was just looking at, okay, let's look at what happened initially. And she finds that, oh boy, there were a lot of, used word love a lot when I started. And then when they got married, they moved in together. It's going down. It's going down. And she did it all on her own. Now, the graphics, everything. She chose Melissa Strong is her name. Then they had a baby. And here's what happened. I need a light. She's got sad. Now you should hear her present. We do have a presentation on YouTube, and we'd encourage you to go present because she did a stellar job presenting all this. So
yeah, again, we'll post that link to this presentation as well as others as well. So.
Okay. So the next one is from a student who works in commercial real estate, and again, her presentation is online. It is worth it. No, she was just looking at the Durham real estate market, and she really dug into the data, and she was trying to understand the differences in rental rates across the time. on. And she was looking, I mean, she was just looking at how the rental rates have been going up. They've been going up all through the triangle, but then if you just look at the submarket in Durham, I mean, she just noticed the differentials and everybody knows the Durham downtown, right? It's the tobacco district. That's where the rental rates have really skyrocketed. And so she was looking at that. She looked at it in terms of demand and how the demand for real estate has really gone up in the Durham area. And the supply has not kept up with the demand. And that's causing that squeeze in that market, which is causing the rental rates to go up. And so currently Durham has the lowest vacancy rates. And so her conclusion from this exercise was really, it's the best kept real estate secret. If you have $1 million sitting somewhere, that's the place to go. Put it in the Durham real estate market. So the third presentation I'm showing here is from a student, Matt Rosenblum. He's actually a computer science student at NC State. I found him, I mean, imagine a student who's in a 4-year program who just is interested in analytics enough that he also decides to enroll in WakeTech classes just because he's not getting the analytics at NC State, so he just enrolls in our program. And of course, he's a computer scientist, so he's very good at coding. So he participated in one of the Kaggle competitions. Does anybody know the Kaggle competitions? Okay, so Kaggle is a data science competition, and you can submit your algorithms and see how well you predict compared to others. So he's predicting survival on the Titanic. There's a data set on the Titanic, gives you all the passenger information. If you looked at that, he went through all the feature engineering, looking at every bit of information that's provided in the data set. He looked at cabin numbers, he looked at fares, he looked at the titles to figure out whether the missing data on age were for a child, for an adult, and so on. He actually pulled up the cabin numbers and he looked at the information on cabin numbers to see what that could tell us about survival. Yeah. So he went through all the feature engineering, he really dug deep into the data, and in the data science competition at the time, when he submitted his entry, he did multiple tries, and he was able to come 10th. And 10th out of, you're talking about 3,000 of the best competitors in there. I mean, his instructor and co-instructors, and we've probably managed up to 1,200. It's been our ranking. And he's gone up to 10. But he just was that interested, and he got the methodology down on how to work on a data mining problem. And of course, it was persistence that managed to get him that far. So the last presentation I had is from a student, Bob Schaaf, and Bob is one of our students who came in with a high school degree, a high school certificate. He came in he's an older student, he's got kids in WakeTech, but he decided he wanted to go back to school. And again, he turned out to be a stellar student. There's nothing you could give him that he couldn't do. And so he just wrapped up our program, and this just shows all the different projects that he worked on. So one of the projects he worked on in SAS was to look at the banking marketing campaigns and to detect how do we sell our products, the banking products. He looked at data on graduation rates, and again, he's used R for that. Let's go to the next one. So Dr. Park teaches SAS Enterprise Mining, and we really hold off till the end to introduce these graphical interfaces because, again, it's really easy to run data mining models if you have some software. So while they learn the brunch break by going through R, and then towards the end of the program in 250, they learned how to model data using SAS Enterprise Miner. So he was looking at census income data, and he was trying to predict what determines the hiring. And then this was actually done earlier, where he looked at the factors determining the quality of white wine. If anybody has worked or done any classes, this is one of those standard data sets that you work on for learning data mining techniques. His last project was interesting because for his capstone project, he actually worked with company data. This is a moving company, 800 Pack Rat, and they wanted our students to work on their data. They were actually trying to predict demand for their services. And so they basically gave us all their data, and our students were allowed to work on it. And then they were able to actually work with the company to make some suggestions. So that's what we want. And I think you'll have seen this similar chart before, is our data mining life cycle, our predictive modeling life cycle. We have to start with knowing what the problem is. What is the question that we're trying to address? We have to understand data preparation, data expert, what we have in data. On data preparation, we do spend a lot of time teaching students how to prepare your data before you use it. And understanding this idea of, what are the outliers, how do you deal with missing values, how do you deal with that coding of data. They spend a lot of time on that. Before they jump into these fancy data mining tools, everybody has to do the basic descriptive statistics, right? Everybody has to know what is it that you have, what is each piece of information that is provided to you. You have to understand that before you move on to multivariate and looking at various variables today. And then we build the model, validate it, and you're able to generate some useful results.
5 minutes for questions.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, so we're back on schedule. At 2 o'clock, we're going to start the hackathon. And there's big garbage bags in the back, so if you can help us keep everything clean, we appreciate that. So at 2 o'clock, we're going to have available the people from the cities and counties. You can ask them, talk about the project maybe you want to work on. So that'll be kind of free form. And soon after 2, so maybe 2:10, in the lecture hall next to us here, we'll have Open Data Soft give a kind of a nuts and bolts presentation of how to use the portal. And they've got there's a freemium offer, so everybody can get their own mini portal, full functionality. And then at 3:10, Reed Sarosi from Microsoft will be giving a nuts and bolts presentation, kind of the tools and stuff of how we were doing some of that really cool stuff with the business analytics stuff, or business intelligence part. And I think you got some coupons.
Yeah, so we're gonna onboard you with the bids part. Think of it as hackathon in a box. All the tools you need to power your app for this weekend.
Awesome. And is there anybody from Raleigh that wants to kind of show how to use the Socrata platform? Does anybody from Wake County want to show how to use the ArcGIS platform?
I can.
Show
me or Adam can.
Okay, so then at 4:10 and ArcGIS, anybody? Carter's going to do that, so maybe 4:35. We'll wrap up here about 5 o'clock. We've got the room reserved for 5. And then tomorrow, we'll be back here, 8:30, 9 o'clock. We will have breakfast again. We will have lunch. And at 3 o'clock, what we want to do is have you present what you worked on, maybe a data visualization. And even if it didn't work, let's talk about what you did and why it didn't work. Because there may be people out there that either you'll stop them from doing that same thing, or maybe somebody's got an idea that would make it work. So often our failures are as informative as our successes in what we do with analytics and data stories and that sort of thing. So really, we're done with the presentations and all now. So if you want to take a break and come back at 2 o'clock, we can get the hackathon started. Thank you.